All right there. Hello everyone, and welcome. I will just enable my second monitor. Let me see here. Because it's actually going to be pretty damn useful for a lot of stuff. And I can take OBS to the next window. Yeah, I can even do it whole screen. Why not? Or let's launch the Restream chat there as well. I don't get why it has me logged out from everywhere on Restream, but apparently it was like the case. Let me see here. So I'm not able to see the chat for the time being. Apologies. Right. I'm still thinking. Let me see here. That should be good. Right. All right, now we are back in business. Let me just, yeah, should be good. All right, awesome. So what is the plan for today? Well, I got this idea going that you can see in front of me in a file, and I was basically thinking of like further building on top of it, and I wanted to first make sure that what I have here, even though not much, is still a great vibe. And the way how I got it was like through a sort of a weird experimentation, and it kind of happened by accident, but then I said, why not? Yeah. So maybe I will play back first, and then we can sort of keep on building. And whenever anyone chimes in, I will maybe talk about technicalities a bit more. But let's play it first and see if any audio is actually coming through. Oh shit, what is happening? I don't understand. Oh, now it's good. Yeah. All right then. So without further ado, I'm just gonna enable my deck. And I will remove. There it is. So bam, bam, it works. Awesome. All right, let's do it. Here goes nothing. Yeah, so and pretty much for another, what is it, like 8 bars, there is like basically still same thing going going on. And there isn't really a lot of I don't know, arrangement or structure built. And I kind of want to build more basically. And if anyone wonders what it is kind of reminiscent of, actually, I guess I was a bit inspired by a track that I got on my Spotify, or rather Deezer playlist, that I added years ago, and it kind of disappeared from there, and then I kind of added it back as I now again to the playlist as I remembered what it was. And it was like basically a track from like I think like a German house legend called Mouse T, and you can actually see it in the actual name of the project that I called it Mouse T Idea. And he made like tracks like I think was called Hoarding or something like this, which is probably like a biggest hit. And stuff like that. And he made a bunch of good house tracks afterwards, and one of them was It's You. And if anyone is curious, Mouse T It's You is basically like a very similar type of beat. Although I said kind of to myself that because because I found out I found a one shot, and then I made basically it was a one shot of a bell keyboard kind of thing, like a FM type of key. And what I did, I basically put it in a sampler, and then I played a bunch of chords with it. And so what you can see here is it's maybe gonna look a bit fancy in here, but it's this guy. And I kind of discovered it by accident. So this is Falcon. Oh man, maybe you cannot see it. Let me see here. There we go. And what it is basically is a one shot that I've imported it in here, which is like a bell one shot in F minor. And I don't think I don't know if I can play it back or something. Let me see here if I can play it back. So that's basically it, which is now not the original pitch, but maybe if we disable the effects, let me see how it sounds without them. All right, I forgot that I have added the let me see here, how do I disable this effect? The tree, right? And I had what is it? Delay there. So this is sound without anything. Just like basically a one shot from like a sample pack, I think, like from Sennheiser, something like this. And like already, like no matter which chords I play, like it gives that kind of vibe that was in the original It's You from Mouse T. And then I wanted like little different chords, so I used Scalar, this guy over here, and well, maybe I already like spoiled or like revealed the secret sauce, but it's basically the house one progression. And I think what I did is I put it in pattern over here, or no, wait, or maybe I didn't. Yeah, that's the way it plays. Bam, 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 bam. And yeah, in fact, I put it a semitone lower because I played around with basically, yeah, transposing it up and down until I kind of, I don't know. I sometimes like to do this with my projects, transpose it up and down and see kind of if it kind of hits a different, scratches kind of a different part in my brain, and if, I don't know, it gets kind of more appealing that way by transposing up and down, which is like, I guess, a good, I don't know, production technique. If you get bored of your idea, try to transposing it up and down by, you know, many semitones, and see if you kind of that way get any new interesting perspective on it, or just, you know, some kind of a different idea, and then kind of bring it back to the original pitch that you started with and see if it kind of works, what you have kind of added as a result of transposing, if after you bring it back to original pitch, if it kind of is good, or if you want to stay with that kind of lower or higher pitch that you went for when you were experimenting. So for now, I'm like basically off by, or basically one semitone lower, which in this case, let me see, let me just re-enable this delay, which makes it, what is it? G sharp minor is the key. And G sharp minor can also be like something else, some counterpart in major as well. So you don't necessarily need to think like it's G sharp minor. It can also be like, as we have talked like during many streams before, there's basically a counterpart in, let me see if I can actually find this, because I do in fact like showing this. And in case you don't know what this is, what I'm gonna show you, I've talked about it during, you know, many streams before, and maybe I'm gonna post it on Discord at some point. Let me see here. So this is it, like relative scales cheat sheet, and as I said, I was G sharp minor, and you could say, yeah, pretty much B major or something. If, I don't know, like, I'm still not sure if all the notes overlap, but there's like at least like a great compatibility aspect. So like very briefly, that helps in a situation where your sample is labeled as something major, like let's say whatever, A major, and then I don't know, if you want to kind of think of that major sample in terms of minor, you can kind of flip it with this picture, which I have disabled by now. But there's basically a counterpart. There's always, where there is a root note and major, there is a counterpart for it in with other root note and minor, you know, vice versa. So that's basically the idea, and a good way of. And then again, what's also very interesting is that whenever you are, let's say, rehearsing samples, that you can, you don't need to go exactly on the root note of the key that you're working in. So let's say right now we were, what was that? G sharp, right? So because I'm in it, what is it? So this is like, I guess, root note for the whole thing. Because I now see, you know, which notes go into G sharp, G sharp minor. I can see, okay, A sharp is compatible, B note is compatible, and in fact, the vocal that we have played in this idea, which is like a placeholder that I've used in different project. In fact, it was originally in B, and I didn't do anything with it. But I didn't need to do anything because it was already it had the root note that was compatible with G sharp minor, basically. But I could still flip it, transpose it, I mean, and let's say whatever, one, transpose it one semitone down, or two, three semitones down to G, bring it to G sharp, and see how it kind of works, to give it like more, I don't know, like a, what is it, the word, like a formant shifted feel to it, or basically like where the singer is not singing with their regular voice, but like a little more like, you know, like housey kind of whatever. Actually, let me see. You got to take a hold. If I go, oh, it's already, oh shit. Okay, well, my mistake then. If I put it in original. You got to take a hold of your life. So yeah, maybe that. Okay, so what I basically did, I actually went for the G sharp in this case. Okay, so that was my mistake. So basically, it sounded a little bit too bright, and I basically pull it down 3 semitones, 300 cents. You got to take a hold. And it still has that kind of, I don't know, female character to it. It's basically that, you know, it feels like she's singing just basically lower notes, I don't know, in a way. So yeah, I don't know, like let's just experiment with this thing and see where we wind up. You got to take a hold of your life. So the next thing I was actually thinking about was, you know what? I have a bunch of different other samples, but I think I will actually purge all of them. But I wanna leave this. What is it? Or maybe, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna purge all of the macros. Purge unused audio clips, so that only I have vocal left on the left side, because that was like before I was basically throwing different stuff in the different sounds that I liked, and then kind of trying to puzzle things together. But yeah, you know the rest if you are here since the beginning and heard what I said, basically. So that was like a more accident thing with the one shot that I have showed you. So maybe I could like remove some of these lanes, because they are maybe a little too many. Yeah, that could be okay for now. And I can bring it back down, and then I can change the color of that vocal. And the idea was to see if there are any other nice vocals that I got left on Splice or anywhere else. So let's stick to G sharp maybe. Let me see here. So that was right, babe. Yeah, and the stretching algorithm and the splice is just, it's terrible. But you know, most important factor is that it's proper tempo and pitch. So let's remove that for now. We're right, babe. I will be at your side for every step of the way. Why is it not syncing with what? I probably have an idea why, but what is happening? There it is. Pin it. All right. Just
gotta make it through the beauty. Just
Why is it not playing from the beginning?
gotta make it.
Maybe if I restart it, because it's been a while. Sometimes when it's opened for too long, the Splice client, it's starting to be glitchy and buggy and whatever. And actually, because I'm using mostly samples, like 2 of the sounds that I have in this project right now are basically bass, and the keyboard, the keys are samples, like basically one. Well, the bass is multi-sampled, and the keys are basically from one and only one shot. So let me see here. Do I want to try any male vocals? That is the question, but
You got to take a hold of your life, make it right, babe. You go for yourself, yeah. Take control of your life, go.
But why is it not? What? It's still playing in the background. What the hell? I don't understand.
Go.
I mean, I get what is happening, but so weird. Perhaps. Oh no, I do have Spice Bridge on. What the hell? Try it one more time.
You got to take.
So fucked up. See here.
Step of the way.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to the old version. Maybe that's gonna fix things. Likes.
Every step of the way. Every step.
What the hell is going on? Always some problems whenever I'm start a stream.
Every step.
Why is it playing like? So it now basically takes into account the position, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, it seems that it does, but why? How is it even possible? Like, it never did that, and now it's like... all right, then let's try go for whatever. Let's switch back to, because it's apparently pointless. Let's see. Yeah, sorry if I'm a little slow, but or maybe I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna save this thing and I'm gonna reopen FL Studio. Maybe that's gonna help. Maybe that's gonna help. So I'm gonna reopen the whole thing once again. I know. Today I feel like I'm in a mood for actually changing the background image, and I still got some CPU left. So let me see here. Let's do this instead. And when going for the for this guy, I'm also gonna. So basically, both immersive modes are now. I think it's only this one that is. Yeah, but this can probably stay like it is. Yeah, it's more vibey, isn't it? It's kind of moodier, cozier. It's not as like, I don't know, flashy, or like it's not burning eyeballs, pretty much. So let's see if it's gonna. I mean, I really hope it will work, but. I completely do not get it. It was working properly. Now it's just all went to shit.
No. Say, don't you know? It's my kind of loving.
And still loud.
Hey.
Oh my god.
No. It's my no.
Oh wait, now it resets itself. Holy shit.
No.
All right, let's see. Is it already? Is it better?
Nothing can touch me.
No, it doesn't fix itself.
No. 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 No.
Like at some samples it knows, and with some it just doesn't. It's really weird.
No. It's my kind of love.
But you know, let's try something different. I'm gonna download the second dry vocal that I wanted to test, and it's still like good enough. So let me see which one. It's somewhere around here, and maybe like whatever. Let's borrow volume here and whatever was free. Fit.
Nothing can touch. Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. There may be moments in time when it gets hard to see, but I can never be blind to my own chemistry. Just gotta make it through the.
You know what? Let's actually update the arrangement a little bit. So I'm gonna extend the keyless. Sure, why not?
Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. There may be moments in time when it gets hard to see, but I can never.
All right, and so I wanted to go like 8 bars without it, and then let's sound like this.
Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. There may be moments in time when it gets hard to see, but I can never be blind to my own chemistry. Just gotta make it through the beauty of this mystery. Nothing can touch the divine.
Okay, so it's starting to get a little weird.
Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. There may be moments in time when it gets hard to see, but I can never be blind to my own chemistry. Just gotta make it through the beauty.
so this one seems to be a little off. Let's bring it 2 more semitones down. It's gonna help.
Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me.
Or
Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. Nothing can touch the nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. Nothing can touch the divine I have inside of me. There may be moments in time when it
now this one apparently is not a good fit, so let's just keep going. Something else. And now it yet again lost the track. It's not, like there's something weird going on with this. Okay, let me do my little trick. Let's see if it's gonna be better like this. Huh. Maybe let's turn. Let's see. No, it's still not working. It's weird. Yeah, I probably have to troubleshoot it first. Maybe let's reopen Splice Clan again, and maybe it's gonna work. Maybe not. Hello, Crunchy9999, and welcome to the stream. If you want to have feedback, I need to give you the permit on the chat, if that's what you want, and then you can paste your link, and we can do the feedback thing for you. In the meantime, I was just gonna. Oh, you did send. Send it on Discord. Awesome. Let me have a look then. And thank you so much for joining Discord, by the way. It's awesome. Let me see here. I did some rearranging on the server. Let's see. Which one was it? Yeah, right, feedback. Right, that's the one. Let me see here. Okay, awesome. I've got your YouTube link, and we can have a look. Right. So, I assume that's it. Let me see here. I don't know if I can read the name properly, but Glaveliule type of beat by Crunchy here in the chat, and yeah, let's hit play and see what it's all about. right. Oh crap. Let me see. Yeah, so that was it. Glaive Liu Lei type beat by Crunchy here in the chat. And I mean, right off the bat, I really enjoyed the idea. If I would have like to like say anything like sort of subjective and or like in terms of like if I like the idea in general or not. I really enjoyed it, and even though it's like I guess not my sort of area of expertise or like cup of coffee or a cup of tea necessarily, I really liked it. Despite it being like minute 55 seconds, it feels like you could most definitely like build a whole longer arrangement and like kind of like structure around the whole thing, and so that you have like the general aspects like intro, sort of like climax and building to the, I guess like the drop section, and then kind of maybe like a little I don't know how the arrangement for I think trap, if that's the proper category for it, looks like, but like have like a general structure arrangement type of thing would probably be the first thing, so that you have basically like a release ready arrangement, right? But if we actually play it from the beginning and have a look like maybe what we could improve in terms of like perhaps like a mix down or that sort of thing. So I'm actually gonna mute this a little bit and play it back a little bit and maybe like talk about here and there about some stuff. Yeah, so basically, let me see here. Right, so the first kick drum and basically like the first at 15 seconds around there, you have your sort of beat starting over here, kind of your main hook of the, I guess, whole idea. So basically like extending that 15 seconds intro section to like something like maybe like a, I don't know, at least like a minute long, and kind of like having more intro like elements and kind of just gradually build towards that, basically hook, if you get what I mean. So I guess basically the arrangement thing that I was like talking about a little bit. But when it comes to like mixing, my first general impression is that you kind of know your way around mixing a little bit, and it feels like your kick drum and your bass line and everything feels really properly leveled in a sense. Like I don't have like any bigger comments on that regard. Yeah, I actually really like it, surprisingly, because the people who submit stuff are usually do not sort of I usually have like certain like comments on like basically, I don't know, level of the kick drum or the bass line, or how the sort of side chaining works, if that's the kind of thing that is necessary for like the genre that you're making music in and stuff. But it feels really on point, like even the selection of sounds, like generally that there is a certain distinct vibe going on, which is, I guess, what you wrote in here in the title, that is like, even I have no idea who these people are. It probably sounds like them. It really sort of feels distinctive in that sense. But then like the maybe like more of a creative question would be like, if this is like Glaive or Liu or whatever lay type of beat, what would be sort of crunchy type of beat, right? Like what would you sort of take from or be inspired by, let's say, 5 different artists in the genre that you like, and what would you kind of, what own mixture would you do to kind of make it your a little bit more your own sort of thing? Or like what sprinkles on top would you add as an extra to make it, you know, crunchy beat instead? So maybe that's more like a philosophical / creative question. But then you would probably figure that out as you would sort of extend your whole idea from minute 55 to I don't know if there are like 4 minute or 3.5 minute songs in that, tracks in that genre, but you could probably add a lot more just by having that arrangement that we have talked about a little bit, and just trying different stuff. Yeah, because what basically happens, like probably I think throughout the rest of the playback time, is that you basically have this like beat going on, which is really nice and all, but just having a little bit of like again like a break section, and then like it's sort of like has like a kind of breathing room in the middle somewhere, and then it kind of comes back to maybe, you know, another sort of drop section where you maybe add some little extra basically, and make it like the second drop part kind of more appealing maybe, or, you know, again by adding something extra on top of it, like some sprinkles and stuff. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, I mean, it's a really great job, and what I would say is basically look at a full song from your favorite artist in that genre, and, you know, try to basically maybe at first copy their arrangement and how things develop throughout time from start to finish, and kind of that way kind of extend the length of your beat pretty much. So yeah, I mean, other than that, I usually have some comments on the mixdown, but I really like it, surprisingly enough. So good job, I would say, on that front, and like generally, like I guess a good job on the beat in general. So only to keep working on it. Let me see here. What else we got? Helix Python. Hello and welcome to the stream. If you want to get feedback on a track of yours, I can give you the permit on the chat over here, or as you've maybe noticed already, you can join Discord as well, and there is a feedback section on the server as well, where you can paste links or whatever, upload audio files. So let me see here. So Crunch, if you have any follow-up questions or whatever you think about, you can type it in the chat. But in the meantime, I will just switch the scene. Let me see here. And yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add to your submission, as a matter of fact. But thanks so much for submission. Awesome job. Right. So do we have anything else on the Discord? Right. So there is a submission from a minute ago. From let me see here if I can actually switch the scene maybe. So Unlucky, is it from you, Helix, perhaps? Awesome. Yeah. So let's maybe go ahead and play it right away. I'm just gonna adjust the volume. Wow. What an amazing idea, first and foremost. So that was, let me see here if I can read it. So Reject Humanity with Adnan Quran by an artist called Anloche, from a submission from Anloche Music here in the chat. And yeah, just let me start off like, I mean, what an unexpected submission. I wasn't expecting that at all, especially the drop, which like really sort of woke me up. Even if I was like a little bit sleepy, it certainly kind of like woke me up in a good way. I really enjoy like basically the whole thing from start to finish. So I also saw like the first thing that I saw compared to, again, like the last submission that we have listened to. It was actually, in fact, exactly the same length, minute 55. And I guess I could also say the same as to the previous submission, which is that I imagine you can probably extend your arrangement by a whole lot and just make it like, you know, at least 3 minutes long, and kind of like just you know, basically do a whole arrangement by, you know, maybe looking like it, I don't know, your favorite artist in the genre, which I don't actually know what genre it is, where I should sort of categorize it as, but maybe if you find like, let's say 2-3 guys that do similar kind of thing and kind of see how they have arranged like sort of already released tracks, then you can sort of see if, let's say if it's 3 minutes long, how do they start? What? How is the intro structured? You know, how does it build up to the drop section, as you kind of did over here? Let me see, actually. Okay, I have to actually play the whole thing. So maybe let's open it up in the web browser instead, so that we can have a look at the waveform a little bit and play through it a little bit. Yeah, so the first thing, like generally arrangement, question of arrangement. So I probably wouldn't like say what is the best way of arranging, but it's probably just to look at your basic reference tracks, using references, and that's probably already going to give you a lot of a lot of idea how to kind of build it so that it's maybe like, you know, a little bit longer than the minute 55. But let me maybe start and play through and maybe comment on some like technicalities like mixdown and stuff and see if there's anything. Oh, is it rhythm? Is it the name of the genre? I've actually never heard of it, but it sounds interesting. You know, at least from what I listened here from your submission. So I mean, you already have like a nice thing going on here, like in terms of like a intro, kind of introduction to the whole song. But basically, like if I would have guessed, if I were you, I would probably just extend this by at least a factor of 2. So make this twice as long and make this twice as long, or even longer than that, and kind of like just build the tension to the, you know, drop section, right? That's probably what I would do, even if I have like no idea about the genre, I guess. Yeah, so I mean, what a drop! First and foremost, I really enjoyed this one. I guess the first like technical, I don't know, like nitpicking would be like probably 2 things. The first would be just, I guess that's just probably my taste, but a selection of the kick drum. I don't know, it feels like little the pitch, or just, you know, the kick drum in general feels a little weird. And I guess like from perspective of the listener, even when I'm listening on headphones, I probably would wish for like a harder hitting, thumpier sort of kick drum in there. And then if I would sort of settle on like a nice, let's say kind of like more heavy hitting kick drum, then I would sort of find a way to kind of make a room for it in the mixdown, which can also be like a important factor. Not just the character of the kick drum, basically what either sample or whatever you pick, but then also how you place it in the mix. So I mean, the general idea is nice overall, but the kick drum maybe makes it a little less hitting in a way. And probably you could elevate basically the drop section by changing the kick drum, therefore for something like a little I don't know, harder hitting, not necessarily louder, but just kind of a different basically pitch, and how that pitch in the kick drum decays over time to kind of make I guess a little more in the face impression when it plays over here. Because to be honest, I kind of barely, I don't hear the kick drum, or I mean, I hear it's there, but it's not really like sort of cutting through the mix properly, or through this section at least. But then like I can hear like that there is also this like nice sub like going on, and like leveling and stuff in terms of just the sub over there is like also really nice. It just probably to just pick a better kick drum for that combination, for that collaboration then there between the sub and the kick drum basically. And maybe what I would start is to figure out what key you were working on within your project, or what key your bass line is in, and then to I don't know, let's say it's like, I don't know, some, I don't know, like I'm not like pitch learned person, so I probably wouldn't say what root note and key that is, but or key and scale I mean, but I would basically try to figure it out, and by that having an idea, okay, which kick drums with which pitch I can look for, and kind of that way try to find, because the kick drums are labeled with like different keys sometimes, like whatever, F sharp, G, blah blah blah, A, C, etc., etc. And just to kind of by figuring out the key of your bass line, you can sort of have an idea, okay, I can try kick drums that are A, I can try kick drums that are C, that are F, whatever, F sharp, blah blah blah, you know, stuff like that. That's kind of a good trick of just finding first what at which root note which kick drum hits kind of the best for it in context of that idea, right? Yeah, and again over here, like probably arrangement question, just, you know, maybe like extending the period of the breakdown without the bass, and then kind of have a little more interesting things going on without kind of the need of introducing the bass line so early, and then kind of just basically pushing the bass line forward in time and the breakdown, I would say, just so that you have like a longer period for like gradually, slowly, but gradually building that tension towards the second drop, basically. Yeah, so probably like for the second drop, I mean, a little extra would be like basically adding something little extra, as we have said in the even for the previous submission, just as soon as second drop is there, to kind of have some kind of additional extra sprinkles on top, and when you have that lead sound, which is like, and you know, etc., to have like maybe, I don't know, some maybe counter melody on top of it, or maybe like, I don't know, some kind of, I don't know, extra basically harmonic thing in there, so that, you know, there would be like an introduction of a new thing in the second drop, that there is like something to anticipate for, if you know if you get what I mean. So that would probably be it, because yeah, so that would be basically like the end of it. Yeah, so I'll probably say I like the like, in terms of mix down in general, I like the leveling of everything. I would say it's just a kick drum that is usually like probably the thing from which you can sort of try to, as soon as you have the good kick drum and you kind of place it in the mix correctly, you can then sort of start to assess level wise where everything else sits, or how nicely in terms of volume everything sits. So I would probably start first with the picking some nice, or just browsing for some interesting kick drums that maybe have a little different impact on your idea, and then, you know, maybe just building that arrangement, and maybe see like from 2-3 different artists, what is the arrangement like, basically. So I think so yeah, I think that probably should be it from me. I hope that it helps. So it was, yeah, exactly, Reject Humanity with Adnan Kuran from Unlucky here on the chat. Thanks so much for the submission. Let me see here. I'm just gonna catch up with the chat a little bit so that you guys are not left out over here. Let me see here. There were some people. I have to. Sorry, guys. I have to scroll a little bit and read your messages because I kind of missed a little bit when I was giving some feedback over here. So, Second Nature Beats. Hello and welcome to the stream. If you want to have feedback, that's probably something I can say to all of you here. I can give you either permit here in the chat to paste your links, or you can join Discord server and paste your links in the feedback section in there. And let me see who else is there. Aus for the lounge padding. Hello and welcome to the stream. A diet. Hello and welcome to the stream. And if you guys want feedback as well, same applies to you. Either I can give you permit in here, or you can go in on Discord and paste your links in the feedback section in there. So whichever you prefer, you can let me know. Shipwreck Paradise. Hi, hello and welcome to the stream as well. Just noticed your message. Oh man, there are a number of people on the stream right now, aren't there? All right then. Let me just have a look at Discord and see. Right. So basically, yeah, let me see. We can actually switch the scene and have a look. So we have got a submission from Second Nature Beats. We got submission from A Dyad. We got submission from Helix. And Unknown Face. And someone wrote here, okay, that's Aus for the lounge padding, who is Unknown Face. All right then. Anyone else who wants to paste anything? If I've missed someone, you can paste your link in here. Other than that, I will just go in this order as the things have been pasted in here and look through it and give you guys some feedback. So I guess after and unless if you have any follow-up questions, you can let me know here in the chat, and I will try to maybe answer some stuff. But other than that, let's go to Second Nature Beats and open it up and see what it's all about. All right, then let's do it.
When people talk about seeing nature, they usually mean they go out and they see the flora. Then they see and they look for unusual.
I'm doing awesome. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing great as well.
So 1,000 in the whole world of these. These include what I like to call little things. The insects and other invertebrates that swarm through all of the habitats of the world. They really run the middle levels of the ecosystem. Things that run the earth. Things that run. Things that run the earth.
Right, so that was it. Let me just open it in a separate window, maybe for the best. Yeah, so that was the things that run the Earth for final version, question mark, by Supernatural here in the chat. And yeah, as someone have mentioned or observed here in the chat, like, I mean, what a vibe, like, really trippy, sort of like, I get sort of like impression that, you know, it's something I could definitely like smoke a joint to and like, I don't know, or whatever, take some some illegal substances to, and you know, have a great time, basically, in a good way, obviously. And yeah, I mean, I really felt that one really well in that sense. It had that kind of like weird kind of sort of pitch to it in a sense. First and foremost, when, you know, sort of speaking a little. Yeah, so I think we're gonna get to everything, every section, every aspect of your submission, and kind of talk a little bit about it. So like 3 minutes 36, right? I don't think like it's a question of like it being too long in the sense that it's like, you know, 3 minutes 36 already, like that it's too long because it's 3 minutes 36 seconds. But I would say like try to basically, I don't know what other kind of inspirations you could have, like in terms of artists or in this kind of genre, whatever genre it is. I don't actually know if what the name of the genre would be, if there is such for this kind of stuff. But what I would do is, like just like I've said to the previous submissions and, you know, previous people who have submitted, try to like find, I don't know, 2 or 3 artists that you kind of, I don't know, do something similar, you know, kind of is like very low profile, kind of like very sort of, I don't know, eclectic vibe, if that's maybe the proper expression for it. And kind of like just see how their released tracks are structured in terms of arrangement, how the arrangement looks. And I would probably imagine it's at least as long, if not longer than this. Maybe let's say like whatever, 5 minutes even. But what is probably the case in those released tracks is that they have some kind of like structure basically. And I think like I got the impression, at least. We're gonna obviously play it for a little bit and kind of talk about it, but I feel like there was like there were parts with the kick drum where they were a little bit too long. I might have to agree on this one, and kind of I wish there were more like break sections and more like basically like breathing rooms without the kick drum here and there, so that is not sort of like, I don't know, going on like for a minute or so, like with the kind of like same kind of like a little bit nice but a little repetitive groove in a sense, which is still nice. But then, you know, sometimes if you just kind of listen to something for too long, no matter what it is, you know, that there's always a nice thing to just kind of break the pattern a little bit with something like a breakdown or whatever. But let's actually play from the beginning.
When people talk about
So you actually have that in the beginning over here, like
see the flora.
an intro section without the kick drum. I mean,
Then they see and they look for usually the wildlife, the well-known animals. But there may be only 60 or so thousand in the whole world of these. these include what I like to call little things that run there. The insects and other invertebrates just swarm through all of them.
So what I would do here, if I were you, if I were in your shoes, I would probably even go do something as like even extending that section to like at least a minute long, and try to play around with adding something extra every, I don't know, let's say not even 4 bars, but maybe like, I don't know, whatever, either 4 every 4 bars or every 8 bars, and try to make this section longer and try to kind of add something even something that adds to the vibe, like some, I don't know, like melody or some kind of like, I don't know, like background effect or whatever, to just kind of have this section longer and build more gradually, just like we have talked in the previous submission, towards this kind of like drop section, if you might call it that way, where there's basically a kick drum and, you know, the main hook of the whole idea, right? So here would be, I guess, like a drop or whatever. Let me see here. Adding a section that's similar to the intro. That's in the middle of the beat. You know what? Maybe let me actually play through the whole thing, and then I will maybe like try to comment on that a little bit and see if there's actually something worth sort of either, I don't know, adding or changing in the middle as well. But I think we'll get to that when we are playing. Yeah, so here's also like maybe a little weird thing, like when I'm looking in the waveform, you have like those peaks over here, which I assume wouldn't be the kick drum, because the kick drum is, even when it's playing here, so that the kick drum might be somewhere around here. The way I usually do my mix downs is I'm kind of make sure that the kick drum is, you know, no matter what, the loudest element in terms of peak volume at least. So not the perceived volume, but the peak volume. So yeah, I would probably like just make sure, like, I guess if I were you, I would try to make the kick drum the loudest element, but then kind of shape the kick drum so that it's not too boomy and too, I don't know, like too like obnoxious while listening to it. Because here it feels like there's some kind of peaks. Maybe you could even get rid of those with some kind of a what I would go for is probably like a clipper or something to just not have those peaks in there, so that you can potentially even do something like trying to increase the overall loudness during mastering or something, which is probably nice, like a technical thing. But yeah. Okay, so you basically go from like this section with the kick drum and this like the sound to kind of like a, I guess, a little more breathing room, but still with the kick drum. But then maybe like going like maybe keep on playing this like synth on top of it, and like maybe for another whatever extra set of bars, and then kind of like just do a breakdown without the kick drum. I think will probably be like even more breathing room, because when the kick drum still hits, even in this like breathing room section, I still get the impression that it's sort of still the main hook. And as soon as you kind of remove or maybe like really heavily filter low pass your kick drum, then that there will be like a, I guess, like a notification for the listener that, hey, it's kind of a more like let's take a deep breath and let's like depressurize a little bit during the listening with the breakdown or whatever. Yeah, but maybe that wasn't like the intended to be like a breakdown, but it's because you have removed some elements, I think. Yeah, exactly. You had this like nice like lead going on there, and then you kind of just removed it over here which is, I guess, like, I don't know, maybe like a arrangement decision. Okay, here comes this sound like that I was talking about, but it was like, I don't know, more noticeable over here. I don't know. Or maybe it's a snare that is such a loud peak. Hard to say, but I don't know if it's necessary to have such a big peak volume. Yeah, it's probably some kind of a snare that sticks out, like a snap or whatever it is. And then maybe because, well, we haven't really talked about the kick drum, and I'm usually like very sort of, I don't know, like, how should I say this, like I have like a certain like preference when it comes to kick drums and the way they sound and how they sort of should or should not sit in the mix. But it's, I could say this about the kick drum: it's not terrible. It's not a terrible kick drum, but you could certainly do a lot better with the both which kick drum sound you're gonna pick and how you're gonna kind of place it in the mix. But it's a good, it's nevertheless a good kind of first, I guess, I don't know, version to kind of have it in there. But when it comes, is the pattern okay? Like, I mean, generally, like, I don't know, like, interplaying with all these sounds. Like, I don't have any like comment on that, to be honest. Partly because I really like it, and I wouldn't change anything about how kind of sounds interact with each other, if that's what you mean. But then also because I'm not really, I guess, like an expert within the genre as well. But from like a perspective of someone who is not listening to this on a daily basis, I really like this regardless. Yeah, so maybe like when it comes to what is the best way? Like, you know what? Let me disable the paint, and I'm gonna just quickly elaborate what I mean with the kick drum. It's probably like a, I don't know, like a dirty way of showing it. But so basically, when you look at your kick drum, and it's like, let's say it's, from what I listen, it's kind of like a shape which is like this. And if I were you, I would sort of try to find a kick drum that is maybe a tad bit punchier in terms of pitch, but that is a waveform that is something more like this instead. So that is like a, I don't know, like because you can actually hear if the kick drum is placed well, is kind of like everything is sidechained well or whatever, and the kick drum itself sits well. You can actually hear this part over here pre-dammed well, and it can kind of lift up the mood of the idea a little bit. I wouldn't say to change the transit, but you know, maybe like something like maybe like just trying for the sake of it, just trying to compress your kick drum, or just use some kind of a LFO shaping tool, but without actually, because I think the transit is fine. So only that you can, I don't know, let's say if this is the original, to maybe kind of, let's say, use LFO shaping tool and kind of like, okay, make the transit a little bit quieter, but only because you want this tail to be louder, and kind of then compensate for the volume, if you get what I mean. You do some kind of a makeup volume, either with compressor or LFO shaping tool. And it could actually do some some nice extra for that Kickdrum that you already have there. But I would still go for like trying to find just something a little bit different altogether. But it's a good good thing to try, nevertheless. So let's see here. Yeah, maybe at some places. Let me see here. I feel like that there was maybe like at some places there's like a sub, like very, very high pass or like very, very rumbly sub bass going on there, like here and there sometimes. Or maybe there is none of it, but I get the impression that there's definitely something like going on in the background, like I don't know, except the kick drum obviously. And I feel like whatever it is, if there is some kind of a bass line, it could probably just a tad bit louder in volume, like maybe like a dB, and have a more frequent hits or more frequent notes. Let's say if it's played with your whatever MIDI controller, or just you have some MIDI information placed around in your bassline, just to maybe have like a more frequent here and there, like stab sometimes. Or maybe it's like just like a sustained note. I don't know. But maybe like it's also for the better of like just, I don't know, like not losing the I guess the attention from the rest of the elements, that you have this sub thing, so like kind of how should I say this, low pass basically, that it's not really having any kind of higher mid information in that sense. But I feel like it would benefit from some kind of more opened filter or whatever, if there is an opportunity for just, I don't know, having some kind of little extra, maybe like a tad of distortion on it or something. Maybe would kind of bring more in the like lower mids basically in the sub department, because it's there, but again it's like yeah, maybe could be a bit more there. And probably like transitional effects between the sections, like you have, for example, here we are going from this kind of like should I say like second drop part to basically outro, and have some kind of like, I don't know, a notification basically that, like, I don't know, a sweep or whatever, so that it's basically the listener knows like what is coming. But something like subtle perhaps could do the trick. Yeah, but other than that, I don't think there is anything else I might add, to be honest. Yeah, so I think it's pretty much all when it comes to kind of my perspective on it. I really enjoy the idea in general, and if you still have any thoughts or like follow-up questions, Second Nature Beats, you can let me know. But that was The Things That Run the Earth 4 final version from, once again, Supernatural, which is the name here on the SoundCloud, which was Second Nature Beats, I think, yeah, here in the chat. Thank you so much for submission. And I'll just temporarily switch the scene, and let's see what next we have got on the table. Right, hey Diod, I hope it wasn't too long. Are you still here with us on the chat? Awesome. So, no problem, no problem, Nature Beats. Happy to help. So, yeah, let's do it. So we have the link over here. Yeah, it's just let's get straight to it. Let's play back. Wow, what a great idea. So that was it. ID 27 November revision, incomplete by A Dyad. Here in the chat, a submission that was just sent. So let me actually open, before I comment, let me just open the link in the browser. So yeah, I mean, first, what a great idea, and like it really feels like from the general structure of the track and the length of the track that you really put a lot of effort into like arranging it properly, so that there are sections basically that have some kind of like purpose in there, and like basically they have basically like a function. Like here's like a break section, here's like a more like a first drop, and then it's like second drop, and then but I don't know if there are, I mean, obviously I got the impression that it sounds really much like psytrance genre, and I guess I'm not really like that much into like I don't have that much insight into psytrance as a genre, because I maybe don't experiment with it that much myself. But I'm not exactly sure if the 8-minute is like the, I don't know, like too long of an arrangement even for psytrance genre. But usually when I kind of when I said to like even previous submissions, when I sort of recommended to kind of look at some kind of like, I don't know, favorite artists in the genre and kind of see how the structure in these kind of like tracks, kind of reference tracks look like, what I would actually do, like even like generally using like a reference for any kind of aspect of this kind of type of production, I would even go to something like someone like maybe you know him, Giuseppe Ottaviani, actually the Italian trance guy. And I think you would like benefit really a lot from just like listening to basically every single aspect of how he does what he does, and kind of how he arranges and kind of how he mixes sounds and stuff. But I would try myself to kind of give some things and comment on some things that I've actually noticed. So let me actually, maybe I'm not gonna go like again for the whole thing because it was 8 minutes long, but I'm gonna like skip here and there and kind of like talk about some things that I kind of noticed. And maybe if I were you, I would sort of try to kind of adjust things a little bit. So yeah, so I think you have said here something like just do some kind of like let me see here, it was like a good point that you have mentioned here, something like do connections between sections like more properly, so that you have like basically some kind of like good kind of transitional sounds in between there, so that basically like here there's no like drop in volume and the drop, but basically like some kind of like a sweep or whatever, rise or whatever people use these days in psytrance, or whatever you find interesting to kind of like build that tension sort of from the intro section to the drop, right? But I don't think I have anything like to comment on the intro part alone. I think it sounds proper, at least like from my perspective. Yeah, so right, so maybe the first thing that I noticed was actually two things, and I actually think that it is like maybe like just arrangement fix, which is as soon as I noticed that it was psytrance, and I usually, whenever I think of psytrance, I think like the bass line is played in triplets, right, which is like, And there was like a point in there where you have actually you switched up the pattern, the playback pattern of the bass line from being what it is now, which is basically to triplets. And I think the overall impact, the overall first impression would have been a lot better if you would just stick to the triplets from the start, and just kind of like try to basically find like a do little tweaks to like this triplet pattern basically, and I think that would alone kind of create a lot better impression from the start. So that would be the first thing when it comes to the bass line, right? Yeah, I mean, you can obviously switch it up like later on during like the arrangement and stuff, and that is generally a good idea to kind of switch up the pattern. But I think like to make that kind of first good impression right at the start of the first drop would be just to, you know, not do this like kind of like the type of bass line, but rather, you know, go straight to triplets and then kind of add something extra on top of triplets, or just switch up this kind of triplet pattern a little bit at kind of a later stage, which I guess would be something that I would probably try and do if I were you, but that's just probably just my take on it. Then there was let me see here. So I think generally, like, again, something which I have also talked about during like 2 previous submissions, which is basically a selection of the right kick drum from the start, or at least, you know, like really flicking, like really like browsing through the kick drums that you have available and really finding something that really sort of sets the or kind of lifts the mood properly and kind of elevates the idea right from the start. And I kind of feel like you could have probably done a bit better job on just, you know, selecting the right kick drum from the start. So that would be the first thing. And the second thing would be, I heard like here and there. Close your eyes. Yeah, like basically like certain like sidechain issues, I would say. Like I don't know, I think like maybe the way the sidechain has been done isn't like exactly ideal, I would say. I feel like it could have been a lot more room there carved out for kick 2. Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, you could probably then, in that case, you could probably like tweak it a little bit. And what I would maybe suggest is like, what is it, like first something ish 40-50 milliseconds, even like 60 milliseconds to make sure that it's kind of punchier in that sense in there, like or maybe like flick through some of the like other presets that are available in there and kind of like just try to find something, maybe even like go out of the box and not necessarily use something that is optimal for Psytrance, but something that you kind of find to be more, I guess, punchy, or like giving you a lot better impression when you put it in the context of this idea, right? Let me see here. Let me maybe like elaborate a little bit what I mean. Maybe that's gonna make a bit more sense when I kind of keep playing and explain. So I mean that could also be like a little bit of a volume issue, but I would first try to even sometimes like the best way to assess how your kick drum sounds in the context of everything else is to try first to carve out as kind of like do as good of a compromise as you can in terms of sidechain, and try to basically carve out as a lot of space as you can afford to remove for that kick drum in terms of sidechaining, and that there's like a good philosophy that, you know, someone said that in terms of mixdown, the more you can afford to remove, the better your mixdown is going to sound, or in this case, the better the basically your kind of like impression of the kick drum will be when you sort of like do sidechain the right way. And one of the examples, or one of the suggestions, will be to maybe do something with like multi-band sidechaining, or some kind of like for instance, I use tool like Shaperbox, which is like a multi-band LFO shaping thing, and kind of like just try basically instead of like ducking the whole band, if that's the case here, for example, try to kind of split the bands and make sure that, you know, you kind of sidechain the lower part of the frequency heavier when you are ducking everything against the kick drum, for example. So that would be the first kind of way to start kind of making more room for your kick drum, then assessing, okay, how does this kick drum actually sound in the context of the rest of the mix, and then maybe you can kind of come to realization that you know, maybe you can kind of switch the kick drum sound for something else. Let me see here. MB is actually really awesome for this kind of thing, and I think you can probably most definitely how should I say this, like be off, or like basically do a good job even with the MB alone. So actually there's one thing, there's one trick that I've showed, like I think like previous stream, or like maybe like 2 streams ago, which actually involves FabFilter Pro MB, if this is the tool that you mean. Or maybe, sorry, you mean probably like just multiband in general, maybe, sorry. Maybe so, sorry. Maybe you meant something. You maybe meant multiband in general. But I have like a number of good things to show in that sense. Okay, you mean FabFilter? Okay. Then I can actually show you a way I would do it if I were you, and I would have like MB to use. But let me maybe finish it off here first. Yeah, so as we said, like maybe more like a impression thing, just basically start off right away with triplets, but then it's up to you whenever you wanna do it or not. And then you basically, that's what I would expect at the first kind of part over here, and basically go through the whole way over here, which is the triplets. And then just have a lot better sidechain and maybe like a different kick drum. Yeah, and then like maybe like some kind of like a just maybe like a little touch up would be like some kind of like a how should I say this, sub kind of sweep kind of thing, which would be like more or less kind of like the kick drum works, like the kick drum is like very fast, like sort of like up and down movement in pitch, right? So like do some kind of like sweep in the kind of transition over here. When you have this like whatever what is the sound called, like a sweep or something, then you could have like a sub line that is kind of like pitching down, like, and then like is kind of being layered underneath there in this, because I feel like there's like a little low subby subtle element in there that is missing in this breakdown section. So something that is kind of keeping the tension a little bit. It's I mean, so that you are kind of losing the tension from the drop, but then that you are sort of keeping it alive a little bit and keeping the attention when it's on the dance floor, for example. Because now there are a lot of like really nice sounds, obviously, but then you kind of miss that kind of like, again, that little subby element in there that would kind of just really kind of glue the whole thing, I think. And then it's the sound that is kind of opening up, like that is like maybe like a bass sound, maybe, I don't know. It feels like it's probably, I would say, like maybe a little too high pass, a little bit too much, or I mean, maybe I understand like it's more like a sort of teasing kind of thing, and maybe it's gonna, so that it creates, I don't know, that there's more kind of a bigger impact over here, but I would say like maybe like ease off the high pass with like 100 hertz or something, or maybe like, I don't know, yeah, probably 100. Or even, or maybe if it's the sidechain thing, maybe just kind of ease off the sidechain, or maybe like remove it altogether. I would even go as far as saying that. And then, you know, and I re-enable it as that's actually the trick I tend to do whenever I have breakdown sections or sections where there's like breathing room. I tend to most of the time ease off the sidechain quite a lot, if not completely, so that everything can kind of breathe in its own kind of original way. And then I kind of bring it back as soon as there is a kick drum that is hitting, and it's kind of necessary for to create this kind of room for the kick drum, basically, and you know, have that kind of kick bass relation and stuff. And then again, like maybe still would be like, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, like basically having one pattern of bass line in the kind of first section of the drop, and then kind of switching it up to a different pattern like later on. But I would try to go with something a little bit busier in terms of like the bass note arrangement, which I would probably most definitely say the triplets. Hello, who is GLDN? Hello and welcome to the stream. You can go in on the Discord server, which we have available for the people, and you can paste your submission in there. Alternatively, you can wait for me to finish the feedback over here, and I can give the permits here on the chat for you to paste the link, so that you know. Anyways. Yeah, it would be probably really good with triplets over here, and then, you know, just like you kind of maybe try to do like maybe do some kind of like I don't know, like different iteration of triplets later on during this kind of later stages of the drop, right? Because it's all about the kind of creating this kind of like good impression right from the start, I guess. But maybe that's just me, you know. But I kind of try to put myself in a kind of position of like a listener or someone who would kind of go on a dance floor and kind of try to dance to this thing. And then again, maybe like just like we said here, to have some kind of like sub sweep with kind of like a downward movement would be also like a nice touch. Just like here, and do this here as well, and have like tiny bit of sub going on in the background just to keep the, you know, the tension a little bit. Yeah, maybe I'm not like exactly an expert, but I basically, as soon as I heard the triplets somewhere in here, I was like, yeah, that should have been like in the beginning, and then you could have maybe like do your own thing with maybe not doing like the same pitch on the triplets, but then maybe like switching the pitch of the notes a little bit, like, or maybe something like this, I don't know, like but I felt like the triplets just gave me the better, more kind of like, I don't know, more direct impression, and I felt like it could have been at the start basically, but I guess I'm not the expert on the on the genre regardless, so you should take that kind of criticism with a grain of salt, if I may say so. myself. Yeah, but here, for example, you start right away with triplets, which I like. But I know it's like I guess like most perhaps like generic way of doing psytrance, because as soon as I think psytrance is like, yeah, it's actually like a specific kick drum in a, you know, bass triplets, you know. And I understand you kind of try to be creative and stuff, and you know it's obviously really nice, but I don't know. I still feel like the triplets could be more beneficial at the beginning, basically. And yeah, so here I've actually noticed there was like a side chaining issue as well. So did this whatever the instrument is, like a sitar or like, I don't know, like this thing that's going on here, down, and there is like I think like something going wrong in the kind of sidechain department over there. I think like, I don't think like it's starting to conflicting with the kick drum and kind of like some of the other elements a little bit, and it's kind of gradually losing the power the more of the progression is being played. Even when I listened for the first time, I kind of noticed that. Yeah, the more you add, the more stuff you add throughout the arrangement, the more the kick drum is being drowned, to be honest. And as soon as you remove those kind of like conflicting elements like sitars and whatever was in there, and you kind of switch to this kind of like drop outro section, then you kind of can notice directly that, you know, some of the information of the kick drum are being sort of recovered or being brought back because you kind of remove these elements here. So you can kind of already hear it a bit more. But then this arpeggio in here as well also kind of isn't like something sidechain-ish / EQ thing. Could be like probably a fix. Yeah, in here as well. Yeah, it feels like it's like the kick is drowning a little bit. And like generally, even if you try to sidechain harder, actually like there is usually this like basically effect of pump, like basically like volume going up and down. I think like the whole idea in general could like basically benefit from like just basically a bit more pump in general. And yeah, basically like I would say for all the breakdown sections, like do this like sub sweep up and down in pitch, and just having it underneath as well. And I think like that pretty much applies to like, for example, here, like I can hear the kick drum really well. There was like, I don't know, like probably like, I don't know, maybe the sidechain here appears to be differently than somewhere around here. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but the like regarding this or maybe it's just the sorry, because I was maybe talking about the arpeggio, but this is a different sound. This is like a lead sound. So like you have done, for example, a good job on the sidechaining the lead properly, but then there was like something going on with the sitars and the arpeggio in the previous section over there. Let me just copy the settings from this lead thing to the rest of the elements and see how it kind of works out. Yeah, so I mean the idea in general is really nice and I really enjoy it, but there could be like certainly like mixing fixes here and there that could, you know, really first elevate the idea a bit higher, or you know, a bit further when it comes to like just the mixdown in general, and then kind of you can maybe like assess it from like a creative standpoint, like is it like really sort of your style of psytrance, or you know, can you sort of do like more, I don't know, are you really pleased with like, let's say, the, I don't know, the sounds that you're using or whatever, sound design, that, you know, that kind of thing. But then again, I really enjoyed it in that sense. But I think actually it's been it when it comes to basically checking the track over here. But I was actually thinking if I could really quickly, let me see here, just show you how I would use FabFilter multiband if I were you. And I think actually that you mentioned as well that that you have used the compressor C2 somewhere from FabFilter as well. And if you mean like for sidechaining, then I would probably even like respectfully get rid of it and just use multiband, because I don't know, I feel like, I mean, it will all make sense if I show you what I mean. And I will just basically save this and open a empty template. Oh, okay, I see. But you know, hopefully what I will show you will kind of make a little bit of sense and maybe like make you kind of like utilize MP a little bit differently. Because I do in fact use, well, I used to use MB for sidechaining, which I guess, I don't know if many people do that, or I don't know. Maybe they do, but I don't know. Maybe I will just kind of show an example of how I would approach it. And I mean, I would basically use only multi-band sidechain compressors instead of regular compressors, because regular compressors tend to basically sidechain the whole frequency spectrum, which is not what we want, sort of thing. So if I would just do like a regular whatever, like a very low whatever sine wave, and whatever, so that we only can do this example like real quick. And I do actually have some kick drum already. Yeah, could be good. And right, so I will just do this, and we can already hear that there is a conflict, right? So what I would do if I still would use the MB, let me see, where is it? There it is. This guy, right? So what I do actually have, aside from the kick drum, which is over here, I do also have this sidechain click, which is like basically a very short, very snappy trigger, which is very short spark of white noise, which I can actually, if I route it somewhere, you can hear how it sounds, which is this thing. So it's a very short, basically, white noise snap. And it's like as short as it can get, pretty much. And you can probably do that like whatever DAW you're using, whether it's Ableton or FL Studio. You can either use Operator for that, or in this case, I use a stock plugin, which is 3X Oscillator. And there is this like white noise section here, and then I basically set the envelope to be as snappy as short as I only can get it, so that it plays like this. basically on the kick time signature. Now, if we unroute this and so basically routing this thing to the baseline, right, which is already done, and without like going into too much of technicalities, I will basically route this click to MB over here. Okay, we cannot hear a thing right now, but so you probably already know this or something, but still. Now, when I have this, which is like a low shelf, there's this expert section in the MB, and then I just set it to external, which basically means that I want external sidechain input for a sidechain, and then I because I have very snappy. Exactly. You probably know this, and just basically let me see here. Do some kind of a. Let's see here. Basically ADSR. But except like probably a lot harder. I would, like in this particular case. But many people don't actually realize this, but if you disable the look ahead and turn it off, then the latency is going to be 0. But if you do have look ahead enabled, it's going to give 20 milliseconds of latency, which if you would like use this probably on like, let's say 5 or even 10 elements, it would probably add a lot of latency to your overall mixdown. But if you disable the look ahead, which is like basically adding latency to better calculate the timing of whatever is happening in this plugin. But I think it still works pretty well even with the look ahead turned off. And then what I would do is basically have this with look ahead turned off and apply it on as many sounds as I find it necessary to apply it on, and basically do something like this, and then add another band and do the same thing but with a different ADSR. So that would be probably like using a compressor in that sense, if I were you, basically. Yeah, exactly. Look ahead basically means more precision, but I would say for what you are trying to do with sidechain, I mean, from my experience, I don't think the look ahead is that necessary. And I mean, you can still like make a decision, like if you have a good sound card with like very, very low latency and very low buffer size, like an audio interface or something, you can decide whether you actually want to have that extra 20 millisecond latency on every instance, or whether you want to kind of disable it. But then basically, let me see here, just to show it as last resort. So basically every time I create a new band, I flip this external knob over here in the expert mode. And let me see here. And yeah, obviously I would fiddle around with this ratio a little bit, and knee value not so much. And basically, yeah, this particular example probably needs a lot more sidechain, a lot more like volume than it actually. Yeah, it's not like an ideal scenario for like a production, but it kind of proves the point a little bit. And then also like doing a little bit for the top end, so that you can kind of hear the transient of the kick drum as well sometimes in some scenarios. So yeah, that probably would be the thing. It was a bit long, but I hope it was like a good feedback for your track. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything else. But if you still need me to clarify some more, you can let me know here in the chat. Otherwise, thanks so much for the submission. And yeah, there are still a lot of people waiting. I imagine like there are 3 people on the stream, and I know. Let me see here. So let me ask this: Helix, are you here in the chat? Are you still with us after all this time, or maybe you went elsewhere? If you want to, you're still here. Still here. Awesome. Sorry if you had to wait so long, but we are done now with the previous submission, and we can listen to yours and see what it's all about. So, without further ado, let me see here. Let me maybe open up the link like this. Okay, we have to play the commercial, unfortunately. Da-da-da. SoundCloud these days. Anyone else who is still waiting for the feedback? If you do, I just want to say, express my apologies a little bit if you're waiting too long or something. Whoever is waiting after Helix for their turn. It's surprising a lot of people today. Let me see here. I'm just gonna fast forward or skip to the beginning. Let me see here. All right, let's do it.
I am fond of you, you know.
Hello, Resistance, and welcome to the stream. Right, so that was it. A track called I don't know if that's maybe like a working title, KBB Jan 15th, a submission by Helix here in the chat. Yeah, so minute 17, and like there were some of the like nice like I don't know, like orchestral sounds in there, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, I mean that was certainly interesting in that sense. Let me see here. Maybe I actually go to the beginning because yeah. So the beginning was I really like the beginning of like roads type of thing situation going on at the beginning, and I felt like it could have been a lot longer, to be honest. Like I don't know if I should probably like talk about the arrangement and stuff, but like I feel like it's pretty important part nowadays to kind of basically give a more, I don't know, like more context to the idea in general. But then I can understand like it's a working title. So, but my first suggestion would be to like basically extend the intro by a lot, like. And then maybe like initially for the first, I don't know, like first 4 bars or something, at least like remove this like percussive element as well, and then like maybe push it forward in time a little bit after you extend the intro a little bit. Let me see here. Let me see here. Beat battle. Was there a submission for a beat battle? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So it was like a time constraint in that sense. Okay, now I see. Yeah, but nevertheless, let's keep going and see. But I get what you mean, and like, yeah, it's understandable.
I am fond of you, you know.
Yeah, but probably like first, like I really like the flow of how things go over here, but then I would just kind of like add some kind of a kick drum in the middle of all of it, and do some kind of a pattern, kick drum pattern in there. I don't know, even if it's not like a very clicky one, but kind of have some kind of like a oomph in there, if you get what I mean. Something that kind of works against the sub bass line a little bit that is in there. Or maybe like basically do this whatever sub hit, whatever it is, like kind of more thumpier, like more punchy in a sense, like maybe not even do a kick drum, but like have some kind of like kind of like more punch to this element, that it kind of when it attacks, it begins like with a more kind of punch and a bit of click, but then kind of it decays to this kind of state that it is in right now, so to speak, depending on, you know, how you made the sound. It's probably something that can be adjusted in, I don't know, either a synthesizer or something, or whatever, or maybe layered with some other sound, depending on what it is. Or yeah, because in some places where you play, like for example here, boom 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 boom, I feel like, I know, I'm not really sure if maybe I would kind of substitute this for like basically some kind of a nice kick drum if I were you, but that's probably just me. Or maybe like have a kick drum and still have that bass line, but kind of like heavy sidechain it, so basically make room for some kind of potential kick drum in there. That would be probably a nice. Okay, so the kick is tuned to the bass, I see. Yeah, I mean, then like the concept of tuning the kick drum to the kick is like, I guess like in a sense, like I find a little controversial topic, or like a topic with like a little different, how should I say this, like I don't necessarily think people should like for all the price in the world like tune their kicks to whatever. Like sure, have like kick drum in key of the track, that's nice, but then again, like I don't think like there is too much tuning job to be. It's not necessary, as you say. So what I actually said in the, I don't know if it was previous submission or submission before that, I said to someone, if they figure out the root note and basically key and scale in which their bassline is in, then you can then basically figure out which notes can your kick drum be made of, or which notes can your kick drum be kind of, how should I say this, which root note your kick drum could have, so to speak. So whether it's C, whether it's D, E, F sharp, you know, A, blah blah blah, you know, stuff like that. So sometimes the kicks are labeled with root notes, or even like either, I think sometimes, you know, like major and minor scale, so like F minor, for example, or something like that. I don't think, yeah, or maybe just the letter. And then as soon as you know part of which key and scale your bassline is, then you can have like basically 5 different root notes that you can pick to kind of how should I explain this? To basically find the right kick drum, and usually have like five different notes that are compatible within the key and scale that you can kind of pick from to find your perfect, almost perfect kick drum, so to speak. I mean, hopefully that makes sense, but maybe I can explain a little bit later. But it has a little bit to do with like basically tuning-ish kick drum, yeah. Because right now it feels like basically, I mean, maybe it's like you say it's there, but it kind of feels like basically another bassline hit rather than kind of a separate own distinctive kick drum, right? Which I don't know if it's something I would do, but maybe it's like a, I don't know, like a creative choice. Could be.
Nu då? Hänger det rakt nu då?
Yeah, that was the commercial, and yeah, so yeah, I think like probably like having a little bit of an experiment with the kick drum would be the first thing. And as I also said for the previous submissions, as soon as you kind of find the right, I don't know, way to kind of implement your kick drum into your kind of idea, then you can kind of assess where everything else stands kind of in the relationship to the kick drum. Because I usually think like when I do dance music, which is more like my kind of area of expertise, then for me, like basically, I wouldn't say like kick drum is the most important, but it's like very important part of how the whole track, how the whole idea feels in general. And basically the better the kick drum, the better the idea sometimes. So it's probably not the whole story of what makes a good track, but it certainly helps a lot, I would say. But other than that, yeah, I can then understand that you had some time constraint for like a beat battle type of thing that you have sent it to. But I would just like generally basically like play around with your DAW and just kind of see, basically do the type of music that you like and just see kind of like, I don't know, harmonically speaking, what you can, like even like when you create a new idea, what you can basically do and like find inspiration or whatever. And then I mean the tuning of the kick drum, yeah, maybe you know what, actually I can open, I actually forgot almost. So it could be actually a good example because I do in fact have this kick over here. So let me see here, maybe if I put it here instead, which sounds like this, and it's a kick drum made in a synthesizer. So what I basically meant is that let's say like your bass line is playing whatever notes are, I don't know, somewhere around here or whatever, anywhere. But let's say it kind of changes in pitch sometimes, right? And like it's kind of like a melodic structure, whatever. Let's say it's just for the sake of the example, like it's all over the place in terms of pitch, right? And the question is, how do you sort of try to figure out the best possible kick drum for this kind of example? So what I did here right now is that I placed the notes of the bass line, which is usually the other way around. After I program my notes, I then want to kind of assess, okay, which root note and scale my kind of bass line in general is in, right? So right now I know, for example, there's a easy way to check in FL Studio that if I go over here and there's like this scale highlighting option over here, is that okay, so my root note of my project right now is G sharp, and the scale for that project is, let's say, minor, basically G sharp minor natural. And you know, for people who are like not into like music theory and stuff, like basically if you think of scales, there's like either major or minor, which is like two most common occurring ones in general when you write music and stuff. So how is this useful in terms of kick drum? Like, so as soon as I figure it out that this is G sharp minor, the my DAW, in this case FL Studio, is basically gonna show me all these these light spaces in between. It's kind of going to tell me which root note, which note, in other words, is compatible with my song, with my track generally. If I make sure that everything is in key in my project, then I can say, let's see, I can go to back to my kick drum. Sorry, there it is. And let's say, let's maybe go a little bit higher. That maybe F sharp is good, or maybe I want to go higher for some reason, or maybe even lower. But the point is that I see all the notes that I can possibly use for that kick drum. And same applies to like samples, which are basically labeled with the root notes, right? So if you like go, there's actually a good pack with the kicks that that are free, that I may be able to show you, that you can download for free actually, which do have like basically labels with letters on them. But the idea is basically that you can experiment with different pitches and have like a good overview of what you can try to make a good kick drum. Maybe I do actually have this pack here somewhere, the pack that I'm talking about, and maybe I can give a link to it on Discord later on. Let me see here. Let me actually open up the browser. Let's see if I have it. Yeah, so here they are, I think. Yeah, exactly. So the pack is called Markus Hakala's Kicks, and it's something that you can either Google online and find and download, or maybe I'm gonna just post a link somewhere in some section. There's actually a freeware section on the Discord server that I made. Maybe I will put it there along with the freeware VST plugins that are available there to kind of look up and find something interesting for yourself. But anyways, I don't know if it's hearable, but they are basically a bunch of different kick drums. And yeah, and basically the point is that, let me see here if I can maybe a little bit bigger. So all these have like basically a note right next to them. So that means if it's F sharp, for example, it's more or less the same tonality as this. Although like, well, a little bit different, but the kind of pitch is more or less the same, even though they are, you know, kind of a different character. but that's probably the like as far as you need to know, like in terms of like how to select the right kick drum, and then like what does it mean to pitch, tune your kick drum to your whatever key of the track, key of the bass line or whatever. And I would say basically what I have just kind of showed you here, highlight the notes that are compatible with, I think it works even in Ableton nowadays or whatever DAW you're using, and just highlight the notes that are compatible with your project, with all of your notes in the project, and then you basically find the nice sounding kick drum for the right pitch, for the right kind of note, root note, right? So I guess it's like a little like complicated and stuff, but that's probably how I would do it if I were to kind of try and find some good sample or something, whatever. And the pack that I've just showed you, I will like post it and on the Discord maybe a little bit later or something. Well, actually, you know what? Let me actually go ahead and do that right away. But if I'm actually finished with your feedback, it was a track from Helix. So thank you so much for the submission. If you have any, I think it was Helix, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, exactly. If you have any follow-up questions, you can just let me know here in the chat. And let me see here. And I'll just quickly find this. This resource. Just a minute and I will get to the next submission. I think there is still someone who said that someone is doing homework and they are waiting for for my feedback. I think it was it Resistance Music or was it someone else? I hope you are still here, by the way. We'll get to you in just a minute. Or was it Aus for launch padding or someone? I lost a try. Yeah, exactly. It was Aus for the launch padding. How did the homework go, man? Did you do your homework? Let me see here. I'll just update stuff. So I'll just see here. Where's this? Freeware section, right? And how should I do this? Maybe I will like edit it at the bottom or something. So for all of you who are interested, this is actually like a list of basically all the freeware VSTs that I would use if I would look for like a free alternative, and stuff that I find useful, even sometimes still in my own projects. And this list will still be updated like ongoingly. And if any of you have any suggestions, there's like a section which is called like I think plugin talk on the left side, where you can type stuff and suggest basically like your own useful tools that are free that you think should make it on this list, basically. So that you know. Let me see here. I will just paste the link in here. And let's see here, what should I call it? Yeah, why not? Let's do something like this, and let's do a bold. Yeah, and there are no links for the other tools, but you can basically like Google it up and you will probably find it. I was meaning to make the links, but they are not there for now. Even I could like just paste the name itself. Yeah, because yeah, I can probably delete that. Can I? Yeah. So there is only the link there available. Anyways, and I can add the emoji, which I like to do later. Anyways, so that was it when it comes to I think it was Helix still, right? Yeah. So thanks so much for the submission. Let's now go let's go to the unknown phase and exactly ask for D-launch padding here in the chat and see what it's all about. If you're ready. Let's see here. Okay, I assume that you are here on the chat, so I'll just go ahead and hit play. That's okay with you? All right, let's do it. Yeah, so that was it. Beam Cannon Remix version 8, number 8, I think, from Unknown Phase. Exactly. I mean, man, like I really enjoyed it, even though it was like, you know, just a minute. You know, it's probably just, you know, about like arranging it and like maybe extending the overall length of the track. But I think you have something like really nice going on, first and foremost. And I didn't get the impression that it's trap genre, probably something else, which I'm not sure what it is, but it sounds really interesting nevertheless. Yeah, so maybe let's like go through it like a little bit and lower the volume and talk like maybe a little bit more technicalities about it and see. Hybrid trap, that's interesting. Never knew about such a thing. Maybe I will check it out after a stream. Anyways. Yeah, so yeah, I'm repeating myself at this point as with the other submissions, but you know, basically like I don't know if you have been here like even when I was like reviewing other people's submissions, then you know, basically like a question of arrangement and basically like extending your arrangement, so making this part longer by, you know, probably like depending on how the released tracks in, let's say, hybrid trap genre look like how their arrangement look like, and kind of try to kind of mimic and copy the structure of the arrangement so that you have basically the same length for every single section. And then you can kind of play around with how you want to kind of mix and match and kind of change the order of whatever certain sections, and so that it's more like your own type of arrangement still. But sort of that it's more like lengthwise at the same kind of level as like kind of other references that are out there already. So maybe like check out like maybe like 2 or 3 other people that are artists that you kind of like in the genre, and see what they are, how they are doing it, and how they are basically arranging, structuring their songs. That could be probably a really good reference, basically, in that sense. So if we keep playing, I actually noticed this was like pretty loud on the master is pretty loud. So actually a great job on the loudness part of things. Yeah, so I mean, I really like the leveling of everything, and like volume wise, everything seems to be like really on point, and it feels like it's been like, in that sense, kind of well thought out in a sense. But you know, I would say like probably something I've already said for the other submissions, some of them at least, that like here, for example, when you have your kick going on, it kind of is being, how should I say this? It's kind of drowning as soon as the bass line starts to play, and like as soon as you have like that long sort of sustained kind of bass note going on, like a dubsteppy-esque type of bass line or something, and then you have your kick drum playing, and it's kind of like the volume is, I feel like it's not ducking like how should I say this, like the volume is not being, it's not being sidechained well enough in relation to the kick drum, and therefore it feels like it's kind of drowning a little bit here. I mean, I can hear it's there, but like the whole body of it is not being like, it's not being does not cut through properly, I feel like. And like maybe like a first thing to check out would actually be actually, in fact, there is this like very good plugin that I didn't add on that list on the Discord server, which is like a LFO shaping tool that you can actually use for this very purpose, kind of just trying to carve out space for like a kick drum, let's say, which I can actually show you afterwards. But basically carving out this space for the kick drum would be like one of the very few things that I actually have to say, because I'm actually like really enjoying it so far. Yeah, and that would be pretty much it. So I would say like billing arrangement, like, you know, other artists and like your type of genre hybrid trap do, and kind of look at how they structure, and then probably just a question of like carving out more space for the kick drum, and kind of like as I said previously to someone, like basically the more you can afford to get rid of in your mixdown, the kind of cleaner it's going to sound in general, and the more space you are going to have for some elements, like a kick drum, for example. So but I can actually, let me see here, this thing over here, I mean, if you use something similar already, then maybe it's not that big of an issue, but it's this thing over here, which is called STFU or STFU, which is like basically LFO shaping, free VST to use for that kind of purpose. And then what you can do is like there is like a very irregular off the grid kick drum pattern, then you can use MIDI notes to trigger to trigger it. and it will basically duck the volume in the shape that you kind of draw in it. And the website is this one, zeeks.app, and I can add it later on the Discord server. Yeah, so this is basically like a substitute for something of like a paid software like Volume Shaper, or which is also known as a part of Shaperbox of the company called Cable Guys, which I tend to use, but this is like a more free alternative, which I have used, or which I would use if I didn't have anything as an alternative. Yeah, Shaperbox is like is really OP. I have to agree. It's not just volume shaping these days, but it's like a whole bunch of different whatever distortions, filters, panners, etc., etc. It's like really like if you have cash to spend on plugins, that would be probably the first thing that I would recommend for someone who doesn't have it, in their arsenal, basically. But anyways, this is like a good substitute for doing that. And then there's like a question of that you cannot really split the bands and sidechain bands separately. Like it basically ducks the whole audio signal, the whole frequency spectrum. But then it can be solved like in some different ways. But I think it's a good start regardless. Yeah, ProMB is, in fact, we have talked about FabFilter ProMB with, I think, I don't remember what his name was, but the Psytrance submission that we have listened to a little bit earlier during the stream. It was someone who mentioned that he was actually using MB. And it's also like, if you have MB, it's also like an incredible way to basically sidechain your signal. And if someone would ask me what kind of sidechain should you use for any kind of volume ducking, I would say any type of multi-band or any type of sidechain with multi-band capability, basically, is the thing, or is the alternative, is the solution. Yeah, so yeah, other than that, I don't think I have anything else to add, if I have to be honest. But I hope it helps. I hope it was helpful. If it was track from Unknown Face, right? So it was exactly Aus for Dylan Sparring. Thank you so much for the submission, and I hope it was somewhat useful. If you have any follow-up questions, you can let me know on the chat. Other than that, we can actually go to the next guy on the list. So yeah, good question. Who is GLDN here in the chat? Who is that? You can let me know if it's your turn, and we can get on with it. And yeah, is it only you on the chat? I see actually there are 3 people. So I imagine, or I'm guessing it's, or maybe it's just my chat app that is showing me some false viewership at the moment. But if GLDN is not here on the chat right now, you can let me know. I do actually use like a Restream client, which is like this like multi-streaming thing, and it has its own chat application where I read stuff from. I should maybe like open actual chat on the from the Twitch. That would be probably the best. So I can catch up a little bit faster or something. Let me see here. Let's move it to the new window. Yeah, let's use that temporarily. So you let me just check the viewership on the actual Twitch page. If it's so, like you say, if you are the only one left on the chat, then we can go straight to your submission if you have such. Yeah, it's just one person. In that case, well, I'm sorry about all of you guys who have submitted your song and I didn't get to you. Then well, I guess I'm sorry because well. But then I can understand because I usually talk a lot about different submissions, so it's someone can lose their patience sometimes. So Resistance Music, you are probably the only guy left, and you know, thanks for staying, by the way. Regardless, we can go to your submission if you have anything like that. You know, whenever there was, wherever you have posted it. Okay, I see. It's the last. Let me see here. It's probably the last one, d1.mp3 in Google Docs, isn't it? All right then. Let's open it up and see. But it opened up on a second monitor for some reason. Let me move it. Let me move it over. There it is. All right then, let's do it. Let's hit play and see.
How many times do we have to sing it again? For you, I understand. I thought I made it clear, but apparently we weren't clear enough.
Yeah, so that was it. A track called D1 from Resistance Music here in the chat. Yeah, I mean, it's a really great idea, like in general. And I guess despite some of the mixing issues here and there that I've noticed throughout like the length of the whole track, I really enjoy the idea, and I really see like a lot of potential for it, for basically like fixing just some of the issue that I'm going to like talk a little bit about, and that there is there's a great potential in what you did, and I really can hear like a good track being behind the, like all of the little errors, perhaps that I will talk about as I will replay with a little bit lower volume and kind of talk about a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I really I can really relate, or I can really understand that you're happy with the arrangement, because like again, like it's 3 minutes 54 seconds long, and I think like structure wise everything is in there. It's just that again there are these like little like mixing issues here and there that I will maybe like mention a little bit. So if we lower the volume and hit play from the start, let me see here if I can actually play it. Oh, it's not playing. Let's see if I can refresh it. Right, there it is. Okay, let's see. Or maybe I can leave it on a little higher volume, something like this.
How many times do we
Okay, so like right off the bat, like the first thing that I noticed, like maybe like in the either lower the volume of the vocal, or maybe just gain how should I say, boost the volume of the arpeggio that is playing underneath the vocal, basically, because I feel like there is like big like I don't know volume difference between the two, and to kind of like just kind of bring them closer together in terms of volume would be actually nice. So I guess that's the first observation. Yeah, I really enjoyed your idea. It's just like, those like little technical things that, maybe if I kind of point out to you and you kind of go and fix them or something, then you will really have like, you already have a really great idea on your hands. It's just to kind of like add those like, finishing touches, I think, to kind of elevate it, a little bit higher in a sense. I would say it's more of a mixing thing rather than mastering thing, to be honest. So I will like, maybe we can like talk about master a little bit at the end, but I think it's going to be mostly like mixing things, because mastering to me is like more about like basically bringing out as much volume as possible within the basically audio file, and like little other stuff as well, but it's more about mixing, I would say. Yeah, so that arpeggio could be, again, like, how much should I say, like at least 2-3 dB louder in a relation to the vocal, I feel like. And even if it's like automated or whatever, some kind of filter or something at the beginning, yeah, a lot louder in relation to the vocal, I think. And then this thing happened, right? Which I understand what you kind of did here, which was like no drop, but then kind of like a second how should I say this, second climax type of thing. And that got me like, that kind of got me caught off guard a little bit, and I'm not sure what I think about this idea. I think you should either, like, I don't know, like introduce it a little bit more seamlessly with everything else, or maybe just kind of like go straight to the whatever main hook or drop or whatever it is instead, because I don't know, it threw me a little bit off guard to be honest, rather than like if I would be on a dance floor and I would sort of, you know, wait for this moment and kind of waiting for the drop to hit. And I'm waiting, and I'm like, where's the drop, dude? Like, you know, jokefully, but like I probably, that, you know, a listener who would be like on dance floor would probably think that, but I don't know. But then, you know, again, maybe it's like a part of like a whatever party trick, or a part of basically like, you know, doing some kind of again, surprise, as you have mentioned. Oh, yeah, so the Streamlabs bot, I know what happened here, but there was probably some kind of issue with the bot there that made, that deleted all of your messages, apparently. I don't know what happened in there, but let me see here. Let me go back. Yeah, exactly. So we were here, and there's like the actual drop, right, which is somewhere around here. Let me see here. Okay, so it's actually being filtered. Okay, I see what you did there. And then it's going over here. Okay. And this is like the actual kind of, okay, I see. Yeah, okay, so here is the thing. Like, I generally like to see a good idea sort of in there, but I would say like probably like 3 things at least to kind of have a look at. And first I would probably start with again, like the general idea or concept of sidechaining sounds with each other. And in this case, like, I don't know how much you kind of use this kind of mixing technique or how much you know about it, but I think it would be like a good idea to, I guess, like have like a more look into the idea of sidechaining sounds. Yeah, and basically what happens here is that like that there's, let me see here. So I can sort of barely discern the kick drum from the bass line, and that is kind of my first thing to the first observation. It's probably because like there wasn't like a proper sidechain used in relation to basically everything else that is going on in the drop, right? So that would be the first thing. The second thing would be, once you figure out the sidechaining part, which is basically how much space you carve out for this kick drum and how much kind of you duck the volume as soon as the kick drum hits. What volume level is the bassline relatively to kind of to the kick drum as soon as you kind of have applied that sidechain trick. And if you apply the sidechain trick properly and you then level out the bassline properly, then it's altogether going to be a lot better impression, I feel like. So that would be the second thing. So basically, number 1, sidechain. Number 2, the level of the bassline after the applied sidechain. And now number 3 would be maybe even like going as far as like maybe changing a kick drum altogether, or just browsing and finding some other, I don't know, like maybe more interesting kick drum when you have kind of honed out those two previous things that I've just mentioned, which was sidechain and the like how the basically baseline kind of feeds off this sidechain basically. So basically the third number 3 would be to just kind of like see what other interesting kick drums you might find, and I don't know, something that would be maybe, I don't know, like a more discerning kick drum for your idea. Because right now I sort of like barely kind of discern the kick drum from the rest in a sense, which I guess shouldn't really be the case if I have to be honest. Yeah, but nevertheless the idea is still great. So, and maybe could be that your kick drum that you have right now is maybe a little bit too long. Maybe like shorten it and see like maybe not longer than an eighth of a note, which I usually go for. I never go longer than eighth note in relation to the tempo, because the kick drum usually hits like on a quarter time signature, which is basically a bum 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 bum. So basically not the whole length in between every hit, but basically a half of that length, half of quarter. I think, yeah. So that would be basically an eighth note length. Hello, Shadow Dog, and welcome to the stream. And by the way, J.O. New York City, if that's correct. I have missed your message or on the chat here. Hello and welcome to the stream as well. Nice to have you here. I'm just in a process of giving feedback to one of the viewers, and I will be back with you as soon as I finish. But I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, so let me see here. Yeah, this Google Docs thing is glitching sometimes. Yeah, so I think if you would basically figure out these 3 things that I've talked about, I would let me see here. Actually, so that I just am sure that you're still here. Resistance Music, you can let me know if you are still here on the chat, because sometimes I don't know if I'm still talking and the viewer has actually left the stream, or if you are actually still here. That'll be actually good to know. Yeah, so when it comes to pasting links, it's actually so that I have to give you the permit first, because otherwise people would just paste links from different sources and basically, you know, spam and stuff. So Resistance Music, you can let me know if you are still here on the chat, and if you want me to keep going with the feedback, or if I should maybe wrap it up and go to the next submission or whatever. Oh, you were actually the last one, since yeah, you know what, actually, for those of you who still want to yeah, I think you left. I agree. Actually, an alternative for all of you who want still to post a link, there's actually a Discord server available to join, and as an alternative you can go into the feedback section on the Discord server, and exactly ! Discord, and you can join in there and paste your link in the feedback section, and that would be not only a great alternative to pasting links, but also you can use basically all the resources that are available my English available at the server, and join a growing community of I guess guys like me who make stuff and shit, music, and etc., etc. I'm actually still available. Hello, lobotomy eyes. If you are still interested in submitting your feedback, then I actually just said that people can join Discord. And I think someone actually just has typed the ! Discord. And you can just click the link and join there. And there is a feedback section where you can paste your links. All right, then. So I think we're gonna skip this one. So Resistance music. I know if even if you are gonna watch the VOD later on or something. Yeah, I hope it helped. Regardless. So let me see here. So that was the submission over here. Let me see. Geo Mafia. Let me see here. Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, so that is a submission from Geo Mafia Dakid here on the chat. Let me see here. All right then. Should we go straight to it and hit play and see? Let me see here. Yeah, my SoundCloud links are opening on the other monitor. It's because I have chat opened on the other monitor. Anyways. All right then. Let's do it. So Geo Mafia ringtone 808 tone. Glory to God. I assume maybe 2 artists collabing on this one. Yeah, let's hit play and see. And yeah, we have to play commercial first because SoundCloud these days. And yeah, we'll be ready in like 10 seconds or so. How do my stream go? Yeah, I guess I'm not sure because actually as soon as I started streaming, like for the first 10-20 minutes, I did like my own thing, my own production thing, and then people started to swoop in on the stream and everyone was asking for feedback. So I kind of said, why not? As I'm kind of still in the process of let me see here. I'm just gonna skip to the beginning, and I'm kind of still in the process of like growing the community and like getting followers and stuff. So if I have the alternative to either do my own stuff or give feedback to the people, then I'll rather sort of do feedback for the people and I don't know, comment on and give some useful tips and stuff. But other than that, I don't know. I feel pleased overall when it comes to the stream today. To be honest, I'm probably still gonna fiddle around with my stuff on off stream as well. So let me see here. All right, then let's hit play. There's still no volume, or okay, I don't think I hear it. Let me see. That's interesting. I don't hear anything. Do you hear anything? That's weird. You know what? Let's refresh. Or maybe let's just play something else. Let's see. No, nothing is happening. That's really weird. Let me do a quick fix. I've really no clue what is going on. Did I mute something by accident? Yeah, I will probably have to restart the browser and see what just happened, because I see that everything is unmuted, but whatever. Let's let me see. What can I play? Let me just play some random tune and see. No, the whole. What is happening? What just happened? I'm completely clueless. There's no volume going out on my browser. Oh, okay. Now okay. No. Oh, it's silly me. Okay, now I see what's going on. This freaking thing, mixer in the freaking Windows. All right. Yeah, now it's good. Yeah, now it's good. Now it's good. Yeah, I was just I'm dumb, sorry. All right, let's do it. Let's get playing.
Fuck, bro, I'm too tired for that shit. This nigga Ring talking about me, I'm talking about, yo, you finna hop on that beat I sent you? You fucking annoying ass nigga. I'm playing with you, bro, let's get it.
Glory to God. When I walk out the crib, he protected my soul. I should be watching my back, cause ain't no one gon' do that shit for me. I'm ready to blow. 2011, a nigga was 7 by 2015. I was chasing that dough. Stay doing me and shit, ain't with the leeches. Just stay in your lane and you paying that toll. We making a splish splash. Chopper got a kickback. Drum holding 50 with double drum titties, so how could I miss that? He want his bitch back, but we already hit that. I don't get why he laughing like all my shooters ain't ready to click that. They tryna bite my shit. I came up on some rockstar shit. I stay calm when they look at me down, they look at me now. I'm chillin' with a 5-star bitch in a 5-star crib. Gotta take my soul if I switch. I warned y'all I would get straight, niggas bitch made. It's a known fact, why y'all pissed? Real shit, I take time when I write now. I can't wait till my niggas are iced out. She wanna come through and give me something later. The fuck, bitch, I better see you pulling on right now. Remember then, you see Cassie on height now. But don't be getting too close or it's lights out. Whole crib full of pussy, yo, goody finna make a bitch dance like a motherfucking high house. Stay patient to get where I'm living. It took a whole lot of losing to finally get to the winning. Don't pay no mind to these niggas, don't pay no mind to these bitches. I'm only paying attention and trying to double the digits and trying to double these feelings. I feel in love with the feeling like I'm really killing shit. It's all part of dealing with all the same shit. Niggas at the top, fuck you and who you came. But I label you a bitch in my opinion. Ain't change like this cause it costs 2 bricks. I do it for the gang in 6 with a dash ain't. Look at who you hang around with. In high school you would talk that shit. What the fuck went wrong? Which one of us rich now? Matter of fact, don't answer that shit. Cause as soon as me and Ringtone done, I'm coming for the world. So you better pray to God you live, yeah. They hate real when you come out, that's the saddest shit. I never put no one above shit, I had to admit. It's so sad shit changed, now we dying to live. I die for this shit and names for the pot to piss. They trying down me, but fuck it, I'm an optimist. I rock this shit the same way that I rock your bitch. But so allow me to come in with the hardest shit. I'm on this bitch, ain't no one finna talk this shit. When I walk out the crib, he protected my soul. I should be watching my back, cause ain't no one gon' do that shit for me. I'm ready to blow. 2011, a nigga was 7 by 2015. I was chasing that dough. Stay doing me and shit, ain't with the leeches. Just stay in your lane and you paying that toll. We making a splish splash. Chopper got a kickback. Drum holding 50 with double drum titties, so how could I miss that? He want his bitch back, but we already hit that. I don't get why he laughing like all my shooters ain't ready to click that.
Right, so that was it. I think the name of the track was Glory to God, a track by Geo Mafia, here in the chat, Geo Mafia, that kid. Yeah, I mean, it was like, I think like, is it fair to say that it was like a trap kind of style type of track that you made, and it was really interesting. I really enjoyed it in a way, even though I'm not like a, I guess, full-time or, you know, like, I guess at all like a trap music listener, but it was certainly like a really nice creative idea. And I guess the first the first impression or the first observation that I got was I was actually wondering if the vocal on top of it was actually your own singing, or was it like someone else you maybe collaborated with, or is it like I don't know. It feels like it was like recorded. So it was certainly like also like creative on that front, like your rapping or whatever it was on top of it. Yeah, I mean, so 2 minutes 44 seconds, right? So maybe like the others, all you. That's awesome. That's actually quite impressive. Yeah, so like in terms of arrangement, right? Like 2 minutes 44 seconds. I would probably like say the same thing that I said to all the other, like most of the other submissions here before you, which is that what I would do if I were you, I would look at the other artists that I like in the genre and try to at least mimic the arrangement that I've got and see like some similar tracks that are, let's say, longer than this. Let's say like at least like 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes long, maybe even 4 in some cases, and try to mimic the basically the structure of the arrangement, not the other creative parts, but basically how your kind of favorite track or similar type of track is arranged, basically, so that you can kind of build your arrangement a little bit further and kind of extend it generally. Let me see here. So if we maybe like start from the beginning and talk a little bit like technicalities and stuff, how you can sort of improve the mix down. And because I've actually noticed some things that could be like improved a little bit. So let me see if we start from the beginning.
Fuck, bro, I'm too tired for this shit. This nigga ringtone with me, I'm talking about.
Cause ain't no one gon' do that shit for me, I'm ready to blow. 2011, the nigga was.
Yeah, so I generally, let me see, I got the impression that, how should I say this? Like in a, I don't know. So basically like the relationship between the kick drum and the bass line, right? So I feel like kick drum in a way could hit a lot harder in a sense, but that could probably be fixed with basically a lot heavier sidechain. And I don't know how much familiar you are with the idea of basically sidechaining or ducking the volume whenever basically kick drum plays, but I feel like you could have a look at that kind of more and see how you can sort of carve out more space. And I kind of have talked about this, like it's like a reappearing thing for almost like every submission that I talk about, but I feel like basically there can always be a better job done for basically carving out that kind of exact amount of space within your mix by sidechaining or high passing, sometimes even low passing sounds, to have more room for that kick drum. And then after you have fixed that, you could actually, you know, either I mean, depending on what it is, if it's like an 808 sound, then I could probably try something that's like distorting the hell out of it, and especially in like the higher mid parts and upwards in a frequency spectrum on that 808, and see how it kind of alters, how it kind of transforms the sound of that 808, because I feel like it's there, but it's kind of like I only hear like the subbier parts of it, and not so much the tonal parts of it, if you know what I mean, in terms of the 808 or whatever the bass line is going on there. And I feel like it could really also bring up the presence of the bass line or the 808, whatever it is, and kind of just elevate things a little bit further in that sense. But if we actually keep playing,
we making a splish splash. Chopper got a kickback. Drum holding 50 with that was drum titty, so how could I miss that? He want his bitch back, but we already hit that. I don't get why he laughing like all my shooters ain't ready to.
Okay, so you don't mix at all. Yeah, I mean, it's usually like a good idea to have like at least like a little amount of like, I wouldn't say you have to like, you know, do any like fancy tricks or whatever, but it's generally a good idea to just have a little bit of sidechaining / volume ducking. It's all kind of same thing in a sense, and to kind of improve the perception of the idea a little bit. But it's not like I know it's not like a really complicated mixing technique, I would say. It's achievable with like whatever you have at hand in your DAW, I would say, or sequencer.
They tryna bite my shit. I came up on some rockstar shit. I stay calm when they look at me down. They look at me now. I'm chilling with a fox.
Yeah, basically because if you would like even like use something as in like equalizer and that's sort of like higher parts or like higher mid parts of that 808, it could be already like a lot more present in the mix, I feel like.
Five-star bitch in a five-star crib. Gotta take my soul if I switch. I warned y'all I would get straight. Niggas bitch made. It's a known fact. Why y'all pissed? Real shit, I take time when I write now. I can't wait till my niggas are iced out. She wanna come through and give me.
Yeah, because it's also the thing that I said in other submissions is that sometimes when you have that right, number one, the right kick drum, and number two, that kick drum sits in the mix in a good way, that can, you know, by itself alone, you know, elevate how your track is being perceived by the listener or whatever when you listen to it, whatever, through the headphones, speakers, when you go on the dance floor. It kind of really elevates the gives like a better impression of the idea, if you get what I mean. So that is always like a good practice to make sure that it kind of the kick drum part / bass line part is like really kind of solved well in a sense.
Later the fuck, bitch, I better see you pulling on right now. Remember then you see Cassie on height now, but don't begin to.
Because I can really still hear a great idea in general, but you could sort of still take it further by adding kind of more punch to it, if you get what I mean.
Closer is lights out. Whole crib full of pussy, yo, goody finna make a bitch dance like a motherfucking high house.
And yeah, so there was like this other thing that someone has said on the chat. I think it was, let me see here, turning down the vocal equalizer on the vocal, and I don't know, I'm not really sure. So you probably Shadow Dog, you probably mean like if there was like an EQ on the higher sections of the vocals, maybe like tone it down a little bit. I'm not sure. Let me have a listen.
Don't pay no mind to these niggas, don't pay no mind to these bitches. I'm only paying attention right now. I can't wait till my niggas are iced out.
No, I think it's actually, I mean, so far as I listen to it, I think it's actually okay.
She wanna come through and give me some later. The fuck, bitch, I better.
Like there are some like maybe it's like getting pretty technical, but I agree there are some like sibilants in there, like the S's in the rapping or in the vocal, which are like maybe a little obnoxious. Then that would be probably like if we get really like technical. Now I can understand that, you know, maybe you know, Geomafia, you're not like exactly maybe like a mixing person, but there are tools like de-essers, they are called. So basically a tool in a DAW which is either available in your DAW, whatever the DAW you're using. It's called a de-esser. And you can use a so-called de-esser to basically remove those harsh sibilants. But I don't think like it's like that necessary.
Pulling on right now. Remember then you see Cassie on height now.
But yeah, actually, maybe a little bit, maybe a touch, but that can also be fixed like with an equalizer as well, and like maybe like even automation and stuff. Okay, is he gone? Well, then I guess it's good that you have mentioned it to me then, because I would just probably keep talking. But as a precaution, Geo the Mafia, are you still here with us on the chat, so that we are 100% sure that you are either here or gone? Well, in that case, maybe I will wait like 10 more seconds, and if he's not responding, then all right then. Sorry, bro. But maybe, you know, he got enough of feedback anyway, so who am I to judge? Yeah, so let's maybe go to the next submission right away. Actually, let me see here. I hope whoever is left in the chat hasn't lost their patience yet. My apologies if it's taking so long for your turn. But anyway, that was a track from Geo Mafia, and well, I guess I'm not gonna say anything else to Geo Mafia since he's not here anymore. Yeah, so maybe because that was like more a mixing feedback, and I usually, like, most of the time, if not at all times, I give actually mixing feedback to people. So maybe he wasn't like exactly I don't know, in love with the idea of me talking about the mixing, and he just left. So I can understand that. not everyone is a mixing engineer, you know. Yeah, so let me see. I'm just gonna catch up with the chat a little bit before I proceed. Let me see here. Yeah, so we are talking about that vocal in there, in that previous idea, in that previous submission, but I guess I'm not gonna give more feedback on the previous one. Let me see here. Okay, newbie at Ableton / producing when it comes down to making everything except for the drums original, and I started that since 4 days ago. Okay, so you have basically started like production in general 4 days ago, if I understood correctly, in Ableton. Let me see here. Do you like own Ableton, or do you like got a license, or are you still like exploring your options when it comes to like basically picking a right DAW and stuff, or do you like already have like a license for Ableton? Because I can imagine, like, if I would be a newbie or something, I don't know if Ableton would be my first choice, to be honest. But maybe I'm a little biased because I've always been like a FL Studio user. But I've used pretty much every DAW out there except Logic for macOS. So I usually like have a good idea of what works how, in a sense. Oh yeah, exactly, the MIDI keyboard. So I do also have that key code lying somewhere around for my MIDI controller that I have got. Yeah, it's a good starting software, I guess. But anyway, yeah, I mean, we can probably talk a little bit more about DAWs and stuff afterwards, but I think we're gonna go to your submission and just, you know, maybe talk a little bit about it and see how you can sort of improve your idea or whatever it is. Okay, it's a practice project. Turn to something cool. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but I'll try not to be too harsh, considering you are still in your early days of production, and you know, it's also a good practice, a good thing to keep the motivation going, so that you can kind of keep going and keep developing as well. So let me open it up first and see. I'll just copy it to the right window. see here. And switch the scene. All right then. The louder you put it, the better it sounds. Yeah, that's usually like a very sort of like a illusion trick. Basically, or that is how human brain actually works, that the louder you put something, the better impression kind of gives you. So I wouldn't say it's, how should I say this? Like it's only like a foolish impression, basically. Like the louder something gets, that the better it sounds. It actually doesn't sound better. It's just that it's louder, and it kind of just, because it's louder, you kind of get the idea that it's sounding better, but it's probably sounding just the same but louder, basically. But anyway, let's hit play.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
All right then. So that was it. Basically, an idea called Practice 1-3 by DJ Judge D, which is, if I remember correctly, exactly a submission from Shadow Dog. Here in the chat. Oh, your name is Dylan. Awesome. A cool name. Yeah, so, I mean, well, first things first, I guess I have to, like, maybe in a way be straight with you and, like, say that I can really sort of notice that, you know, you are still in your kind of early days of like, basically doing all of this and, like, basically figuring out how to do stuff in something like Ableton. And I mean, certainly a good start, and like you really have tried to like put together some, you know, nice sounds together, and you know, have some kind of like groove going on. And yeah, I mean, especially in the early days, like it's probably most important, I would say, most important about exploration and kind of finding the stuff that you kind of like and stuff that you don't like and stuff that kind of inspire you, and then just doing a lot of listening to maybe other music as well, and just kind of figuring out kind of what kind of makes you tick, or what you would kind of enjoy doing while kind of like playing around with Ableton. And yeah, I mean, like because if I would sort of approach this, like if I would look at the idea like itself and kind of hit play and kind of play from the beginning, there is like most probably like too many things. I would pretty much name every single thing from like basically like a production book that I would sort of need to kind of repeat in order to kind of like give you an idea of what you could improve, in a sense. But how, I mean, well, first things first, I guess I have to like maybe in a way be straight with you and like say that I can really sort of notice that you are still in your kind of early days of like doing all of this and like basically figuring out kind of what you would kind of enjoy doing while kind of like playing around with Ableton. And yeah, I mean, especially in the early days, like it's probably most important, I would say, most important about exploration and kind of finding the stuff that you kind of like and stuff that you don't like and stuff that kind of inspire you, and then but I would probably like there are a lot of resources out there online, like whatever it is, like whether it's you know, YouTube, whether it's just googling stuff, whether it's even like finding nice interesting samples like sounds online, and you know, that are for free and available for download. And like I think like you have said here somewhere, someone said like basically, let me see here, like drums and stuff, like I think like Ableton is actually a plethora of like basically ready to use sounds in there, and there are like a lot of devices. You know what, I do actually have Ableton installed, and I think I could actually let me see here, open it up and see if there's anything interesting with that we can find to sort of like I guess give you a little bit of a hint as to how you can sort of I don't know, explore, you know, different stuff and experiment and, you know, get inspiration and stuff. But you know, when it comes to like I guess your idea here, yeah, I mean, it's a good first try. I mean, I'm not even sure if I did music that was you know, on even on that level yet when I was starting out for the first time. So I mean, there's definitely room to improve as well. So but I think, let me see here, I don't think I've managed to. Let me see here. Maybe if I can possibly save this thing over here in FL Studio. And let's see if I'll be able to maybe just switch the picture over here and for something more pleasing. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean the vocal, I think that you could like, maybe I wouldn't say like it's the first thing that you should be like thinking about or focusing on when it comes to like basically training and trying to kind of, you know, become better at generally making music. It's going to be like, it's more, I would say like vocals are more like those sprinkles on top when you get ice cream, I would say. And it's I mean, sometimes it's like you can use vocals to start an idea and get inspired when you listen to like an acapella. That for example on YouTube there are, you know, a lot of acapellas from like maybe like old songs, for example, or some famous songs, and you can sometimes use these acapellas as a source of inspiration, for example, right? But I still would say that it would be more of a like a source of inspiration rather than like trying for all the price, sort of like you know, adding vocal for the sake of adding them. I wouldn't add them for the sake of adding them, but rather, you know, even if I know any like a great song that I like to listen to, whatever. I for example like a lot of stuff from the 80s, and I will usually go like, or even like 70s, and you know, go like online on YouTube and try find acapellas for it, and then I would just download the acapella, just listen to it, and then see what I can kind of build around it. And as soon as I got some kind of idea around it, kind of maybe like remove it altogether and just have the sort of instrumental left, right? If you get what I mean. So let me see here if I can actually, I don't know what happens to this Ableton that I had on my computer. Maybe I've uninstalled it or something. Okay, so there's apparently some issue with my Ableton installation, apparently. So I probably have to uninstall it. Yeah, but if you actually like, well, I think you could benefit a lot by actually joining our Discord server that we have available. You probably already joined since you have submitted. Yeah, silly me. But there are going to be like a lot of nice resources there on the Discord, and I will try to kind of break down some of the basic production concepts, production things in there, and things to kind of how should I say this, like basically what you need to know, or where you can find stuff to basically kickstart your music production journey type of thing, right? So I mean, this is also me being here, kind of streaming and doing a Discord service. Also, its purpose. It's also for guys like like newcomers to the whole thing basically. So it's not that anyone is left out because of that. But we are kind of trying to, I guess. I mean, the hope is so that ultimately everyone can kind of motivate each other in a way, and just keep at it and keep getting better and better and stuff. Let me see, what type of music do I generally make? Yeah, so I do experiment with a lot of different genres lately, and what I started with and what is still kind of my main kind of how should I say this, trademark, as I would put it, is like, I would say like a blend or like a mixture between house music and also something that is called trance music. And trance is basically like very high tempo BPM, yeah, trance music, basically like dance music in general. And I would say like I try to basically blend everything that I like in the realm, in the space of dance music, and kind of do my own thing with it. Are you from Netherlands? Holy shit. Well, then I guess you are. I mean, Dutch people are pretty much like, I would say, the capital for dance music today. So I think you are quite a perfect place to basically develop, I would say. And there is a lot of pride associated with having a lot of Dutch artists coming from your country. So yeah, I can imagine it's why you kind of maybe wanted, or why you got inspired to do some music and stuff, for sure. Like the reason why I started with all of it was pretty much like when I was like very, very young. I mean, Tiesto was my go-to. I used to enjoy the old Tiesto a lot more, and to be honest, I don't listen to him as much anymore. But oh man, that man at the time, like early 20s, or I mean early 2000s, he really shaped my taste, my musical taste, and what I like and what I dislike about music. And like everything, like all the mixing sets and all the podcasts and whatever, all the concerts, YouTube videos, whatever, tracks in general, Oh, 25. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's never too late to start, and it's all about kind of like basically building and whatever, improving and doing something of your own. And no matter the age, you can always leave some kind of a statement in the if you just only put in the work in the realm of music in general. I always believe that anyone has something of their own to say, even when it's like in terms of like sound. So it's only like for me it's like whatever, going to a ice cream truck and picking a flavor of ice cream, and I could pretty much say the same about music, in a sense. Not only what preference in music you have, but also, you know, ultimately at one point when you kind of have done this for long enough, basically how you are going to approach your production and what sounds you're gonna select or whatever, what you're going to like, what you're going to dislike and stuff. So yeah, so let me see here. I will just have a quick look at the chat. So I just have so I was meaning to open Ableton, but apparently there was some technical issue with it, so I unfortunately won't be able to do it at this moment. But I was thinking there is actually one more submission on the Discord, and there's a submission from let me see here. I will catch up with the chat in a second. There's a submission from Focus II. If anyone of such a name on Discord is here in the chat, you can let me know if you're still here. Oh yeah, so I see now it's Lobotomy Eyes, and I think Lobotomy Eyes is still with us on the chat. Yeah, I can see him on the chat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. We can go to your submission in a second. I will just briefly catch up with all the messages on the chat, and we can go straight to it. Let me see here. Yeah, no problem. And have a good night, Shadow Dog. And yeah, I hope to see you on some other time in the future. And yeah, and we'll check your progress or whatever. All right then. Let's see. Let me just copy the link. All right, so there it is. PS to the Devil by Lobotomy Eyes. I don't actually know what PS stands for in this case. Is it like postscriptum or is it like anything else? But anyways, let's hit play and see what's all about.
Hej, Oliver på Carglass.
Yeah,
Kör du
unless there
omkring med en
are
skadad vindruta?
some commercials playing right now, so let me just play the commercial and we can get straight to it. Yeah, I usually try to like give as kind of detailed feedback as possible and kind of like look, I don't know, maybe like with a little different perspective, and not just, you know, kind of like roast music that people send me. But anyways, let's hit play. Yeah, exactly. PS. That's what I thought. Postscriptum. Anyways, let's listen.
I'm acquainted with Satan, but Satan no friend of me. He's afflicted within my being, he's deeper than just in my jeans. He's in my soul, and I've had enough. God may be in me, but I got the devil's touch. PS to the devil, there is no eradicating me. You search and destroy, but I'ma use you to set me free. Cause I've had enough. Believe me when I tell you, don't let the devil fuck you up. But sometimes your will is not enough.
Glass broken. Teddy bears hoping that the class being 10 toes down ain't floating away or boating. Furthermore, They've been noting whether or not Kyle's mind is croaking for some drugs to battle away demons that no meditation can dismiss. These demons be boasting.
I need a notepad to warm my heart, cause the devil be frozen, cold as ice. Psychosis is my way of closing the curtain on a normal life or taking the highway. Antipsychotics are my anointment, my potion. No one to look up to.
How many other rappers are like you? None.
I'm a diamond in the rough. Living easy is tough.
When you get a needle in your arm every month, reminding you what life used to be like before life was fucked.
Hey, now I'm a part of the inner core, but now I'm realizing I'm wanting more. Too medicated to try, I'd be lying if I said that life was a bore. But still I think I've had enough. But you'd be smart if you call my bluff, cause I do enjoy life. Even though I struggle, I still try.
If no one said I'd disappear, would I really be gone? I don't wanna have kids cause of an illness, maybe I'll adopt. It's hard though when you can barely take care of your own yard.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, like, this life is pretty cruel. Satan sucks. God also, he's kind of an asshole. But,
I do believe in God, but God can be heartless. I come across bitter, come and taste the tartness. Out of my peers, I might go the farthest, or I may be the one that falls the hardest. I ain't crazy, but I sure was. The shit that I saw was far from bliss. Came out with cuts, came out fucked. The only color I'm scared is the color red. I'm a lethal weapon when I'm off my meds, and the devil still might not be fed. I'm acquainted with Satan, but Satan no friend of me. He's afflicted within my being, he's deeper than just in my genes. He's in my soul, and I've had enough. God may be in me, but I got the devil's touch. Peace to the devil, there is no eradicating me. You search and destroy, but I'ma use you to set me free. Cause I've had enough. Believe me when I tell you, don't let the devil fuck you up. But sometimes your will is not enough.
All right then. So that was it. PS or postscriptum to the devil from Lobotomy Eyes here in the chat. And yeah, I mean, I guess my first impression, or I guess first thing to say, is that I really enjoyed the overall, I guess, like jazzy, like very sort of like in that sense atmospheric type of vibe in general, and I got sort of like very warm, cozy feeling from the idea in general. And I really kind of enjoyed that kind of mood that you kind of set up overall. I guess I have to be honest, I really didn't like pay a lot of attention to the actual vocals, even though I also liked like the general, how should I say this, like the way you basically sang on top of it, if I assume it was like your vocal on top of it, which it felt like it was like, you know, recorded thing, I guess, an assumption over there, but yeah, so that's what I would say from like a sort of creative standpoint, and it really feels like, I guess, you know, your way around kind of putting sounds together and putting everything like kind of drums and pianos and bass lines together in kind of like one kind of compelling package in a sense. I don't know how long you've been kind of at production generally, but I feel like you have more or less a great idea of what you wanted to achieve, you know, while kind of, you know, producing and stuff. So that's also like really respectful in that sense. But if we actually like look at more, I guess, technical side of things, what perhaps could we like improve in your idea if we start from the beginning? Let me see here. let's hit play from the beginning and actually go from the start. 2 years of production. That explains a lot, actually. So I can really hear it in your production. That you have, that you really know what you're doing, so to speak. Let me see here. So if we start at the beginning over here. Yeah, so that's, once again, I probably said this like 10 times today to like 10 different people. But I would say like basically trying to have a look at how popular songs in this type of genre, or how your sort of favorite artist in the genre or something of a similar sort is released, and see how this is arranged basically, and compare the arrangement of those kind of released songs and compare it with kind of your structure, your arrangement, and kind of see, okay, how much can I afford to extend the intro? For example, here, like let's say it's 15 seconds. And for example, I would, for example, do a minute long introduction, for example, and kind of try to build the tension gradually every, 4 bars or something, and kind of introduce new element in the intro section, and then kind of gradually build to the thing, kind of like, I guess like a hook section, like a main kind of element that you kind of build towards over here. And when you start singing and, introduce, like basically like, out of the verse is not probably the proper term for it. Like there's probably some kind of like musical arrangement term for it, which I don't remember, but kind of like a main hook thing.
Friend of me. He's afflicted within my being, he's deeper than just in my jeans.
I can sort of hear like you are probably like a more like classically trained musician or something, so maybe like you have an idea of what I'm trying to say.
In my soul, and I've had enough. God may be in me, but I got the devil's touch. Peace to the devil, there is no eradicating me. You search and destroy, but I'ma use you to set me free. Cause I've had enough. Believe me when I tell you, don't let the devil fuck you up.
Yeah, so I usually say when I kind of review people's music, and it's usually like dance oriented, kind of dance floor oriented music. And then I usually talk a lot about the kick drum and how kind of the kick drum is placed in the mix of or in everything, basically in scope of everything else. But I don't know if there is actually anything kind of both mixing wise and creative wise that I would say about it.
But sometimes you believe me when I tell you, don't let the devil fuck you.
It's there is some kind of like a low end hit in there. I can hear it, but it kind of serves its purpose in a way.
But sometimes
like maybe like a, what is it, like a some kind of a bass note in there that I like regardless.
there's not enough.
Glass broken.
It's like I don't even know if it's maybe like is it like jazz genre in general basically, or I don't know, maybe it's like a different variation of it. I don't know. I'm actually not an expert, so.
Teddy bears hoping that the class being 10 toes down ain't floating away.
Yeah, jazz, okay.
Boating. Furthermore, they've been noting whether or not Kyle's mind is croaking.
Devil, there is no eradicating me. You search and destroy, but
So adding chorus on piano,
I'ma use you to set me free.
I'm not sure. Like, I would say reverb for sure, but
Me. You search and destroy,
but it's still jazz, right? So I don't know if jazz like is really kind of necessary. And I mean, you can usually try something like a. But what I usually say when I want, or when I, how should I say this? When you want to add reverb on a sound for the sake of putting it in a room rather than as a creative effect, I would have a look at something which is called convolution reverb. and convolution reverb is usually like a basically simulation of a space of a certain type, right? So depending on which DAW you use in FL Studio, it's going to be something which is called Fruity Convolver. In Ableton, it's going to be probably just called Convolver or something like this, and any other DAW, it's probably also called something similar. And you can basically put it on top of your piano and have a little percentage of mix on that kind of plugin or whatever, and see how it kind of improves the overall vibe of the piano. Oh, you studied jazz at school. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I was like thinking for a second if all the sounds that you are putting that you put together in this idea are kind of recorded, like basically for a microphone, because a lot of the sounds, like if not all the sounds, feel really, really organic and kind of really genuine in that sense. Yeah, Fruity Convolver is part of FL Studio, and it's I guess a kind of a good practice to use it. Maybe like if I switch a little bit quickly without kind of straying away. Oh, I actually closed down the FL Studio, but I can open it up in the meantime. Let me see here. I will show it to you in just a second, but let us keep playing and see what else we can find. Anyways, let's see.
You to set me free, 'cause I've had enough. Believe me when I tell you, don't let the devil fuck you up. But sometimes your will is not enough.
Glass broken. Teddy bears hoping that the class being 10 toes down ain't floating away or boating. Furthermore, they've been noting whether or not Kyle's mind is croaking for some drugs to battle away demons that no meditation can dismiss and be boasting.
I need a notepad to warm my heart, 'cause the devil be frozen, cold as ice. Psychosis is my way of closing the curtain on a normal life.
Yeah, probably like to, I mean, it also depends how you have recorded your sounds, right? Because it also like the environment where you have actually recorded your sounds. Like let's say I hear a trumpet, I hear a piano here and there, and some new acoustic instrumentation, like I don't remember the name, like a bass, not guitar, but like the thing that you're playing, like I don't remember the name of it, but I mean, depending on where you have recorded, whether the room was like reflective or not, where it was like I don't know, maybe like your room or whatever, like some, I mean, there are some sounds which could benefit from like an extra convolution reverb on top of it, for sure. And I specifically mean this let me see here, Fruity Convolver, there it is, this one. Oh, exactly, upright bass, yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing, right? And in FL Studio, like usually there is this like browser on the left side, but I have it like separated. And what you can do actually is basically put it on your sound, whatever it is, and have dry all the way up and wet knob, like something like whatever, like less than a half, definitely, even like less than a quarter. And then, so this is like something like probably a little bit complicated, but this shot over here is basically a like a captured captured impulse that is kind of its purpose is to kind of help simulate a certain room, a certain kind of space, so to speak. So that would be the default impulse response that is kind of supposed to simulate some kind of space, right? So if I actually click on this little button over here, which is right next to default, if I click this, what happens here in the browser is that I get a list of all the different impulses. Let me see here. That you can basically pick for this thing and try, let's say, whatever corridors. And now we have an impulse which is sampled from a downstairs hallway something. And then we have whatever else is there, stairwell, closed. And you can kind of like try and see what kind of matches best and kind of apply one and the same thing for every single sound in your mix. Let's say if you kind of want to give listener the impression that, you know, it's kind of placed in certain kind of space. So I guess the most obvious one would be, let me see here, real spaces. Those like church, for example, this is like a, maybe not a good example, but church medium, which is like, it doesn't make a lot of sense when I'm just playing this alone, but if you basically put this on your every sound or whatever, then you kind of give the listener impression that it's kind of whatever is being played in your song or track is it's kind of put in this like kind of church space, so to speak. So that is the little something to maybe like try and add on some sounds. Let me see here if we actually keep playing and see what else we
Believe me
can.
when I tell you, don't let the devil fuck you up.
Fine.
Sometimes your will is not enough.
Glass broken. Teddy bears hoping that the class be in.
Need a notepad to warm up. No one to look up to. How many other rappers are like you?
Part of the inner core, but now I'm realizing I'm wanting more. Too medicated to try. I'd be lying if I said that life was a bore. But still, I think I've had enough. Still try.
If no one said I'd disappear, would I really be gone? I don't wanna have kids because of an illness.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, like for the certain elements, like maybe that's the only thing I can sort of advise for like this kind of early first half of the song, which is the first half.
Maybe I'll
You up. You searching the straw.
So maybe like it's more of a like technical thing, but maybe try to, if I were you, if I had kind of this in front of me and try to kind of enhance the mix a little bit. And how could I sort of improve this? I would probably play around with compression a little bit and kind of try to use a compressor here and there to kind of emphasize certain sounds. But then that also means that you kind of have to know a little bit about how to use a compressor and, you know, depending on the sound that you're using it on, how you can sort of, how should I say this? Like basically dial in the parameters properly so that you can kind of you know, enhance, like for example the upright bass line that you have mentioned here somewhere on the chat
I'm using my jeans.
that you have used.
Using my soul.
And I guess like to make the that upright bass more present, you could apply compression. So basically the idea of compression would be to kind of squeeze that bass a little bit so that its peak volume is not going over like a certain threshold, but it's like more kind of a little bit more squeezed, and therefore it kind of could be more present in the mix in a sense. Yeah, so like usually good practice, I mean that there's like going to be a lot of information about it, how to use, you know, different stuff like compression, equalization, that sort of thing, reverb on. It's going to be available on Discord sometime soon when I find the time to write about it. But you can basically begin with something like putting a compressor on top, like assuming you use FL Studio, it could be, I guess, a good practice to use something like Fruity Compressor, which is this little guy. And it probably looks the same in any other DAW. And yeah, maybe like without like explaining too much what compression is and how it works and stuff, I would probably like, let's say for like a upright bass, I would probably just turn up this ratio over here to maybe like 4:1, and then I would turn down the threshold quite a lot and kind of start from there, and release, assuming the upright bass was a little bit clicky, so I would just kind of turn down the release quite a lot, maybe like something like this, like even less than 100 milliseconds, and leave everything else as it is, and kind of compensate this again, depending on how much threshold I would turn down. And then I would look at all times at my meters and kind of make sure that whatever I that the peak loudness of a sound before the compression is not going to exceed like some kind of like volume, let's say whatever, minus 9 dB or whatever it is, and after the compression, and after the compensation, it's not kind of, but it's like, yeah, I hope you get the idea, but it's like a little bit more complicated type of style. Yeah, I hope it was helpful, and yeah, thanks so much for stopping by, and hope you have a great day or a great evening, or wherever you are. So I hope it was helpful. All right then, so I think we have, holy shit, we are live for the last 4 hours 30 minutes, and I think I will finally wrap it up. It's been so many of you, and I personally like feel myself that I kind of need to take a break as well, so yeah, but it's been a blast. It's been a blast. Let me see here, and we got some new followers, some new Discord members that have joined. And yeah, I was thinking about wrapping up right now, but I can just have a last look at the chat, and if anyone is still here and have any last questions before we wrap it up. In other case, I will just hit stop in the OBS. All right then, so that should be it for today, and once again, thank you so much to anyone who stopped by the stream today, and for all the new followers, all the new members on the Discord. The more the community on the Discord thing is growing, and the more the community is growing in general, the more I guess I also get the motivation to basically do this whole thing more frequently, and yeah, stream more, and put more information out on Discord, and yeah, I mean, it's a nice activity to kind of give out to the community, to the music community, and help out with some stuff here and there. So anyways, it's been a blast. It's been a great time. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day, have a great evening wherever you are in the world, and goodbye for now. Cheers.